Dude, I did some job already. Yeah, you did. Oh, for fuck's sake, Boris. Come on, stop. Stop. Please, Boris, I'm trying to do something, man. Fuck, it's hard babysitting fucking three dogs. Son of a bitch, man. Alright, you guys, number 7. Son of a bitch. Jesus, fuck, man. Oh, Mr. Popzilla. Oh. Popzilla, are you still here? Popzilla. Poor Skissy Kissy. Yeah, that's all I fucking need. 7th. Popzilla. Come on, Pop, say something, brother. Say no, I'm not here. And stand fucking down. Make me get the fucking timer going, brother. I'm getting timer starting. Reset start and it is. Popzilla, I'm not here. Fuck, you made me start the goddamn timer. Alright, Pops is here. Fucker. Pops. Don't go anywhere, Pops. Stick around for a minute, brother. Alright. Good luck, you guys. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Good luck. Boom! Crafty Dragon number 1. Number 1. Crafty Dragon. Dude. Number 2. John Chum Adventures. Alright, now you got the boot. Jerry Lacari, number 3. Number 3. Just W, number 4. Oh, come on, Boris. Number 4. Number 5 alive is Mike Wolf. Number 6. Who's it going to be? Uh-oh. Shannon! Are we on the right track, everybody? Oh, come on, Boris. Please don't cry. I don't see my name. Oh, fuck off. Official gold. Are you kidding me? I don't think you got the boot already, buddy. Damn it. We weren't here when I fucking copied and pasted the names, man. God damn it. Fucking, I can't put you on now. It's too late. Son of a bitch. I don't know if you're there. I'll check. I don't think you are, though. Oh, Boris, please stop. Fuck, Fisher Gold Digger, you are not on the wheel. Sorry, brother. Sorry, buddy. Next one is Larry. Bravo, you're fucking late. Larry. Bravo. Son of a bitch. All right, people, hang on. Number 1. Number fucking 1. Boris, please. Jack Goldman. Number 1. You guys hear Boris coming? Number 2. Cannot win today. Sorry, can. Number 3. Morris. Mr. TJ, you got to go, brother. Number 4. Patrick Johnson. And number 5. Number 5. Uh-oh. Benji's the Benjis. Number six, number six. Come on, Boris. Making it hard on me. Oh, Billy. We on the right go here. We on the right go. Number six. Number six, Billy. Okay, good. Thank you. Number seven is. Shut up, Boris. Muscle Shell, you are. I forgot to see if Larry was here last time. Shit. All right. Muscle Shell, are you here? Are you here? Muscle Shell. Muscle Shell is here. I had to check if Larry was here. Is Larry here? Son of a bitch. I forgot to look. Larry tricked me. Larry, you tricked me. Are you here, Larry? Uh-oh. Larry might not be here. I don't see him. Larry, are you here? Larry Powell, are you here? Shit. Damn it. Damn it. Yeah. I fucked that up. Too slow. Sherry Ward. Okay, there he is here. Hello, Sherry Ward. Thank you, Larry. Okay. Popzilla. Larry Powell. Muscle Show. And we're going to number one. Number fucking one is. Oh, Perry. So sorry. Number two. Come here, buddy. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. Yes, I know. Still walk we. So sorry. So sorry. Dude. Oh, Boris. Number fucking four. Shit, lost count. Done. No, you're not Holly. That's fucking right, coin caption. I never fuck shit up. You got that right, brother. See that, you guys? Coin caption's got my back. Thanks, brother. You're good shit, man. All right, number four. Okay. Number five. Number five. You're gonna die. Who is it? Oh no, smart ass motherfucker. Silverleaf. You go home, brother. Oh, Boris, come on. Just stop. Just stop, man. Number six is Carrie Backbone. Ding, 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 ding. It keeps saying Muscle Show wins. This is awesome, Bounty Bird. Bounty Wow, if you're calling off and taking a drink, fuck, you be drunk. Five, okay, me. We're only at five? And then what happened? All right, we're only at five. Number six is going to be is Scott Hallman. This is six. Boom, baby. Boom, boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, boom. Boom, baby. Boom, baby. Boom, boom. Aka, 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 aka. All right, you guys. Good luck. Sorry, Scott. One away. One away, Jack. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, what? Anna, that's crazy. Anna Banana. Watch, she's not here now. I'll fucking stick you. Right in the eye with my pen, woman. You better be here. You better be here, Anna. Yes, she's here. Yay, Anna. Hey, man. Who won after Muscle Shell? Anybody? Oh, no, this is a... Okay. I don't know, I'm so confused. Boris is fucking me up. So Boris' fault this time. Hello, Sherry. I thought I said goodbye. Hey, pizza guy. Dude. Okay, it was Pops, Larry Powell, Muscle Shell, and Anna. Is that right so far, you guys? I have nothing but respect for Connor Berry, and he'll even tell you that. Fucking right. 7-10. Fuck, buddy. You almost won 7-10. Almost won. But that's what happens. So Official Gold Digger got fucked over, so he get his name put on the wheel. Oh, Boris, come on. All right, you guys. Let's see who is going to be. What do we got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Last person on the wheel is the last but not least a winner. Uh-oh. Bubba. See you later, Bubba. Come on, Bubba, come on down to the bar, boy. Order some drinks. I'm buying. Oh no, the Lady Brown, the lovely Lady Brown, is gone. Sorry, lady. Go down to the bar. I'll meet you there in a couple minutes. Food bar, walk down with you. Hold the door. Hold the door. Here he comes. He's coming. Oh, wait for me. I'm coming. Wait, 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 wait. Don't take off yet, you fuckers. Hold on. Kevin Bulk, he's not allowed in. Time him out, fucker. He's been a naughty boy today. Gums. 11,060. O'Hara. Uh-oh. What's going to happen here, you guys? And there were two. Hold the door. Hold the fucking door. All right, you guys. All right. Yes, you are pizza. You are winning in all fashions in the community. And it's love. It's a beautiful thing. Hey, you guys. You're only allowed to use 2 emojis or YouTube will kick us off. Didn't you know that? You're all grounded. You don't love me anymore. All right, you 2 sons of bitches. Be right back after these short 15,000 messages. Here we go. Here we go. Who's it gonna be? Oh, Dreadpool, you are not the winner. Who's that guy? Paul Hampton. Is it a new guy? A fucking fake name or something. Paul Hampton, you have won. No, 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 no. Mr. Paul Hampton, are you here? Calling Paul Hampton. Paul Hampton? Anybody seen Paul Hampton? No. Paul Hampton. God damn it. Make me start the fucking goddamn son of a bitch. Jesus Christ. Paul Hampton. Calling all Paul Hamptons. We're starting the timer. Hello, Paul Hampton. Here, you old son of a bitch, he says. Fine. Talk to me like that, you like your bastard. Bastards. Now I know where you live. Uh-oh. You guys gotta help me. You're gonna rape me. That's what he said. All right, you fuckers. I need one of those $50. $50. I don't have no $50. Don't you talk to me like that. You dirty bastard. You dirty bastard. All right, you guys. Man, it's like, fuck. Every time, you guys, I'm having more fun and more fun every effing night. You didn't see that cigarette either. Shut up. Bastards. 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 Stop showing cigarettes. All right. So now we have the honors of asking Popzilla, would you, Mr. Popzilla? Oh, I'm just going to give time to it. I'm going to make this short and easy. Yeah, I'm going to make it short and easy. Hey, who? Pops, Larry, Muscle Shaw, Anna, and who was the last guy that won? Paul, what's his face? Hold on, boys. Okay. You guys, which one of you guys, do all of you guys want one of these Canadian dimes with your silver? I don't know. It's just something different. Oh, boys, turn the fucking light on me. Yeah. Hold on, boys. I don't know. It's pretty cool. Got like 3 ladies that one. Well, they're what are they? 2000s? No, 2001. Yeah, 2001. Yeah. There's 5 alive. 5 alive. All right, you guys. All right, you guys. Actually, here's Pops. Mr. Popzilla. Mr. Popzilla. Mr. Popzilla. Mr. Popzilla. Mr. Popzilla. Boris, stop it. Stop it, Boris. Stop it, Boris. I'm going to kill you. No. Can't give me that one, Bob. Fucking 1936 dime. Sorry. All right, Pops. You are in like a flame. Absolutely. That's the new team. I'm showing that one. Boris, please. They're killing me. You're going to make me fucking go mental, bud. Luke the Duke. Luke the Duke, outdoors. Fuck, Pops, you're on a roll tonight, bud. On a roll. Luckiest man on YouTube. Can't say. Bastards. Alright, Pops, you are done. Larry Powell. Larry. Oh, Larry. There he says, yep, give me one of them fucking things, he says. Get your mind out of the gutter. Huh? Who are you talking to? You're talking to me. Stop wasting your time. My mind is the gutter. Boy, shut up, I'm gonna kick your fucking face in. Look at this, you guys. I'm running out. Someone please send me some stuff to give away. I'm gonna have to start giving these away. Fucking pennies. Help me out, you guys. Fucking mail's fucking taking so long. My shit's not coming here, man. I'm freaking out. Freaking out. Freaking out, man. Starting to freak out, you guys. Harry Powell. There you go, brother. Harry Powell. Harry Powell. Harry Powell. Muscle Shana. Muscle Shana. Muscle Shana. Muscle Shana. Oh, Boris, would you just fucking stop? Son of a bitch. You get off my fucking. Maybe get off my wheelchair. Look at that, I can walk. It's a fucking miracle. Focus the camera, you son of a bitch. Is this camera all fucked up, isn't it? Sorry, guys. Looks really clear to me. Sorry, guys. I don't know. I can't see it. Fucking cameras piss me off. Muscle shell. Muscle shell. Muscle shell. Is the camera that fucked up? Maybe I have to get the other camera going here. Okay. You're a bad camera. You go away. Bad camera. Bad camera. What is that? Is that better? Can't see the silver. Is that one better? Muscle shell? Yeah, I had the wrong camera. I think. Anyways, there's the silver for muscle shell. And there's that extra dime there with the ladies on it. The muscle shell, man. Boom, 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 boom. Muscle shell. Now we have Anna. Oh, Anna. Where's me, Anna? What are talking to us behind his back? Don't do it, I'll kick your bums. Anna, banana. Oh, Anna. Here you go, Anna. The other dime's already in there. I gotta put your name on your package. Oh, Anna. Oh, Anna. Paul Hampton. Where are you? Is it still fuzzy? 24 views. Fucked up. 24 views. What? 24 beers. Holy fuck, man. I wouldn't be able to do that anymore. I would die. I would die. I would die. And I'm banana. So who are we gonna raid tonight? Anybody? Would you like to raid? Papa? We've lost like 10 people. So who is out there? Anybody? Oh, Hampton. Pollywog. Paul Hampton. Mr. Paul Hampton. In my neighborhood. Mr. Paul Hampton. Mr. Paul Hampton, here's your extra dime. Mr. Paul Hampton, Ray PA, then come to the live panel on my channel. Or are you going live, Darren? Okay, well, just fucking go to you. I don't care. There you go, buddies, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. And Pops is over here. Pops got the big bag tonight, boys. Pops got the big bag tonight. Congratulations, you guys. Sons of bitches. I got these from Lemonhead. Sent me these. Lemonhead. You guys, so I swear to God, if you guys are looking for any kind of coin, special coins, or even just a common coin, or you have questions about coins, fucking email Lemonhead. If he can't find it, he'll know somebody that can find it. And when he does find it, it will be a good fucking deal. I'm just saying. Like, I wouldn't tell you this if I didn't think it was a good idea to tell you. I am a little tired. Played a 4-hour Monopoly match. Holy shit, you crazy bastard. You crazy bastard. No, but seriously, you guys, if you guys want anything, go talk to Lemonhead Training. It was just a question. He's pretty knowledgeable. If you can't find it, you'll find someone that can. If you can't tell you, you'll find someone else that knows. That's all I got to say on that. 4 hours. Hey, I played 4-hour Monopoly game too, legit. Damn, boy. All right, you fuckers. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the super chat, you guys. It really helps. If anybody, hey, oh, this is another thing too I wanted to ask you guys. If you guys, I don't know, I think this is the first time I've ever asked this. But if you guys would like to throw me a donation to help pay for this $2,500 worth of shit and all the other stuff that I'm getting, it's almost $4,000 worth of shit, actually. I wouldn't mind a little bit of help, but if you can't, that's fine. If you don't want it, that's fine. If you do, that's fucking awesome. But you know my PayPal. Just leave a message with it if you do, and I'd appreciate it. And besides all that, fuck yous all. Hope we didn't offend anybody. Sounds like a drink in my lunchbox in 3rd grade. What the fuck are you talking about, man? What the fuck are you talking about? Alright, some bitch. Some bitch. Some bitch. Some bitch. Some bitch. Oh my bitch. Oh my bitch. Only my man. Only my man. Only my man. Yeah, you guys, let's do it. Darren said. Let's go over and raid. Ba, 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 ba. Can we do that, you guys? Go raid him for a minute, then go over to Darren's. Yemen. Let's go raid Pops. You into it? Are you into it? And then we'll go raid Darren. The big bad Darren. There he is right there. It's his idea. It wasn't mine. All right, you guys. I'm going over there right now. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, lady. Jack. 710. Mr. King. Patrick. Spud. Muscle Shell. 710. Pammy Jones. Legit. Paul. Hampton. Spud Lee. Everybody. Dime bag. Thanks. Pennies to Benjis. You're all fucking awesome. Thank you, Anna. Gina R. Luke the Duke. Lady. Billy. Dreadpool. Victoria. Who the fuck else? Billy. Gina R. Numis Maniac. Luke the Duke. Larry Powell. Who else we got? Anybody else? I can't remember any more names. Help me, somebody.
Hi, Numis Maniac. Just waiting on our goodbyes here on the George channel.
Don't go to it. Shut up. God damn it. You're the one that gave it to me. 710, you son of a bitch. Gina R. Sorry, Gina, didn't get much time to talk to you tonight. Everyone was keeping me busy. Sorry, Gina. Jack. Who are we raiding? Pops. We're going to go raid Papa. This guy right here. He's a good old guy. All right, you guys, I'm shutting down, and I will see you over there. Thank you for the time spent with me. I appreciate it. Don't forget, you guys, you can always send me stuff I can give away. That'd be awesome as well. Other than that, have a good night, and I will see you tomorrow evening at 9:30 p.m. Eastern.
All right, and with that, we go live to Founded After Dark. The Founded Buried After Show, inviting all the people from Founded
to a late show,
Buried.
everybody. I
And
am
get rid of this guy right here. He's gone. Nice. Here's a show where we chat about Founded Buried and all the things we enjoy, about coins and whatnot. Something on the internet we want to go look at, we just go look at it. I'll bring it on the show if there's something you want to see. You want to come up and be part of our live panel. Live panel is what it's all about. We're going to have a live panel. It's all about the live panel. Because that's what this allows us to do. We get to have a live panel. Because it's like the internet, but it's like CB radio. You ever have a CB when you were young? You used to be able to talk to one another. And if you talked really far away, you would exchange cards, things called QSO or QSL cards. A QSO, QSO, was having a conversation with somebody. That's what that meant. But if you talked far away, you would exchange cards. Numis Maniac has a video up today. I put up one too of opening of some stuff I got from CanCan. So check out Numis Maniac. Patrick Johnson, thank you for coming in. Of course, I need to do this because this one here is kind of a live show where we hope people will come visit. Come on up if you'd like to. Sure like it if you would. I'm doing well, brother, as always. Staying out of the COVID and the trouble. No issues where I'm at. CQDX, Unit 523, Vancouver, BC, Canada. We're calling, skipping, standing by. Our whopping... What do we got? How do you describe your connection to the internet? We used to talk about how much power our units had in CB radios. Now I got a gigabit connection to the internet. I got a whole gigabit to myself. I don't got to share with nobody else. Saying hi to 710. 710, how's it going, buddy? Once again, please, the live link is in the chat. If you need it again, just say so. Love to get a few people up on panel tonight. Let's have a live link, live panel type show. That includes y'all and me and y'all and me and, you know, y'all. Go, go, Power Rangers. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Yes, sir. I'm well. You know the old story, don't cough, don't get off. That's what they say. Hang on a second, I want to try something that'll change something, that'll make something different here. Give me just a second while I saunter away from this, what it is. Oh boy. I'm moving like a wounded gazelle on steroids and crack. A little of this, a little of that. Sets the mood where it's at. There we go. Feeling good. Today is my Saturday night because I'm a shift worker, and yesterday was Friday. I stayed up late, and now I'm staying up late today. Thank you for rating Pa if you did. Appreciate that. It's good to give people some likes, even if you just pop in and hit the like. It's always helpful, right? All right. So I got the party lights on here, and we're not exactly set up for showing coins. I made a video of Can's delivery to me, which arrived earlier today and was pretty cool. So there's a video of that on the channel right now. And there was a video of some, actually not some, 25 packs of Tim Hortons cards we went through looking for. And we found a couple of the cards we needed, but just like, you know, any other card break, you never get the ones you want. Never get the ones you want. Anywho, no takers on the panel just yet, so I just might end up chatting with myself for a little while, or for people out there that I think are there that may or may not be there. Beauty, Numismaniac. Device not connected yet. There we go. Oh, there we go. Got to make sure I get the volumes right so you don't end up feeding back all over Hex Half Acre. Oh, we lost him. I think he'll try again. This is all part of it, figuring out how it works, you know, getting it right. This. Yeah. Yeah, putting it all together with thumbtacks and masking tape, or if you're lucky, you got duct tape. That sticks a little bit longer than masking tape. But then you hear quiet things happening around you that are truly just things falling off walls that you had previously taped them to. No problem with that. All right, we're coming from, oh, boop, and Numismaniac is back. Right on, let's bring him on. Only because I'd be utterly boring all by myself. Here we are with the Numismaniac. How's it going, bud?
I'm doing good.
Well, welcome. Patrick Johnson giving us a ringing constitutional is here. You're in Canada, eh? Take off, eh? Like, come on down and bring a 2-4 and sit down with us, and we'll talk to you about all the Canada coins, what there are, and we'll drink your beer. So if that's okay with you. Patrick Johnson has 120 channels, and 3/8 ground plane antenna. That was a few years ago. 120 channels. Well, do you mean you had a 40 channel radio and sideband and you're counting your sideband channels, or do you mean you had the regular 40 channel frequencies and a bunch of frequencies you weren't supposed to have? Because that's how we used to rock. And the 3/8, you mean a 5/8 ground plane, because there's a half wave typically, a 5/8 ground plane, which is a quite big one, and then there's the 0.64, which was pretty well available. But you would have had a 5/8 ground plane, and yeah, they were awesome. There's no two ways about it. That's some old-timey stuff that worked really well in the day. Carrie Baxter, thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate that you took time and came. Would you come on the panel? We're not doing much, and I'm just making it up as I go along, so you can sing this song if you can come up with words. You were naughty too. Well, my CB radio was a ham rig, so that was the way to run. That's the way I worked it. Anyways, that's a lot of gabbing from me. We have another guest in the house at the panel with the place and stuff. You know what I mean?
I just have. Watch it.
I might be able to make this better for myself with the headphones, but I think you have a little bit of choppy audio. I'm going to make sure the microphone, the speakers on my end are dead, so that there's no chance for feedback, and invite you to, I don't know, speak again, because it was choppy for me. Maybe the other people can let us know what you're sounding like.
I'm getting. I don't think I've been on the screen.
Pardon me.
Okay.
I am back. 10:33 here on the West Coast. Definitely not midnight. We're not here anyway. But not getting any audio from our guest yet tonight, which is all right. We'll figure it out. Audio avatars. I don't know if the overhead cam's going to work very well right now in the dark. Well, I guess that's sort of kind of working. Kind of, sort of. It's really dark, so I wasn't really expecting much. And of course, I have flashing lights, which is... I'm not actually trying to show off coins clearly, but let me see here. Make this go here. Anybody see anything cool on YouTube recently? We can go and see it. You want to share something? Let us know what it is, and we can go watch it. Anything like that? After midnight, we're gonna let it all hang out. After midnight. Oh, wait a second. Maybe that's me after all. I'm such a dope. What if I, No, I got that set to B2. B2, that's B2. That's the computer sound. So if you're speaking, I should hear you. I haven't heard you in a little while now, though. I'm confused. I don't hear you. See, that's what's going out to StreamYards. That means... But I'm not hearing you. I'm not hearing you. I know what's going on. What a dummy. I love doing this. It's so much fun. You know when you just do stuff and you're just dumb as a board? That's me. Sometimes. I like to do things by trial and error when the actual error will cause absolutely no pain. And I think this is one of those times. Numismaniac, talk to me, man.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
I went wrong as soon as I put my headphones on and turned off the mic, the speakers, because the headphones weren't turned up. Anyway, you're definitely in my head now.
So you hear me okay?
I do. I hear you now.
That's good.
So, another day's come and gone in the wonderful world of Canada. Nobody's burned anything down recently, and nobody's marched on the on Ottawa so far. So far so good here in our little part of the country.
Well, toured around Edmonton today. It was pretty quiet.
Yeah, I watched your video of going to my local mall when I used to live there.
Yeah, it's not the same with all the emptiness.
I can't imagine, honestly. I mean, you just don't expect that. But I mean, what would you expect these days? I mean, I guess that's exactly how it's going to be. I'm enjoying my crappy lighting here, but that doesn't mean I can't bring out a flashlight, show some nice lighting on some coins that can't. Oh, wait a second here. I fix that right now. There we go. Really beautiful. This 2018 P that Can sent my way. That and this. A Benj. Beautiful Benji. I'll flip them over since the American coins have stuff to look at on both sides, whereas we get tired of seeing the Queen. And American coins flip, and Canadian coins roll, baby. And this one here was a little bit rotated in the flip. Get some light on that. And of course that nice B.U. Kennedy thing, so gorgeous. He was sent a whole roll of these by, I think, Rev, I forget what the rest of his name is, but he's always on Can's channel. He's a really big supporter over there, and he provided, I think, Can with a whole roll of these BU beautiful coins, and I was lucky enough to be one of the recipients, get it out of the country. We spirited it out of the country while no one was looking, and I ended up with this lovely Kennedy $50. Anywho, that charges up the glow-in-the-darks. So there's a glow-in-the-dark right there. Let me hit it real good. Is that the one? No, it's this one, right?
Yep.
Okay, let's hit it. There we go.
Very cool.
Now we got some glowing in the dark already. Lady Braven, thank you. Patrick Johnson, thank you. Of course, once again, won't try to make this one basically Founded After Dark. If you got sick and tired of George the entire stream, and this is your chance to join us live and be part of the show rather than just watching George, and his dog burp and fart. And of course, nothing else. We're having a great time, and we love George, and we're going to slam one another a little bit and maybe talk coins and maybe talk crap. And maybe if you have a link to something that you'd like us to see that you saw that was cool on the internet, tell me what it is. I'll go and get it and bring it to all of us. We can watch it together. Any kind of thing like that is, as far as I'm concerned, Rev Rob, thank you, Lady Braven. Rev Rob provided, I'm pretty sure, that coin. Love that American silver. Anything that's 90% is, well, better than 80%, so you can't really go too wrong there.
Yeah.
So, plus I don't have any Benjis, right? Why would those don't come, And also, I'm adding to my own collection finally. These coins that come in, they're, they're great things to have one on people's channels, but it means a little bit more because these are the only things that I've added to the collection I've got, and that, you know, that's a thing. You know what I mean? Everything that I've got so far, I inherited. I'm looking through it all. It's all lovely. I have a connection to it because I remember seeing it as a child, as he, you know, would handle it. Dad, that is. But, you know, it's not the same. Now it's mine. And as I add to it more and more, it's more and more mine. It's like that.
I caught your bit on the hockey cards.
Yeah, you know, I found out through Nick, who, you know, has had the store and has his sort of online presence when it comes to the cards and the comic books and whatnot. And I literally said, "Oh my God, my brother-in-law has collected these cards for years. He's at the table 10 feet away from me, tearing into another dozen of them right now. And I'm missing out on the opportunity of making both Canadiana and content." So that had to end. So Dave and I got together, and it's always Dave and I when we do the cards together. And I make it clear these are not my cards. They're all Dave's. And I hope that we find an outlet for the second book, because he has so many cards. I said, well, why don't we pick up another collector book and fill it up and see, you know, what it looks like, and see if anybody would want it, because how else do you move these things along? So we're trying that. We'll see how it goes.
I was hoping you were going to show my Uncle Frank's card, but that never showed up.
Not yet. Which team is he on?
He was actually on both Montreal and Toronto. Has the Stanley Cup ring.
Yeah, these are current cards, though. Would he be on current cards?
Oh, heck no. He's the original six. He's Frank Mahovlich.
Oh, of course. Yeah, everybody knows that name in Canada if you're not, you know, too old. Frank Mahovlich. Now, yeah, the Tim Hortons series is all current dudes and whatnot. Da-da-da. I don't think we've put up an invite recently, so I will. I would love to have more people on the panel, just because most people are more interesting than I am. So, you know, ideally, truth be told.
Last night's discussion with Barry had a chap on from the States, and he was throwing off all his weaponry.
Yeah, that's a big thing. I have a couple of BB guns somewhere that are very fancy, but yeah, a lot of people collect that down there, and that's a collectible thing down there. So that's a thing. Here, the government comes and collects those from you.
Yep.
You may even have ones that were completely legit up till a certain date, and then the $3,000 match barrel hunting rifle that you bought is no longer legal. And I have no axe to grind there at all. None whatsoever. I don't want to promote any bad habits, so I shall be back in a second.
So has anybody actually gotten out to any of their local coin stores and checked things out these days, or are you pretty well all staying home?
It's cool how you bravely assume there's somebody out there to answer our questions.
Yeah, it got very quiet.
Well, it says there are 8 watching, which means, you, me, a couple people scratching their nuts. Somebody here because, they're kind. Uh-oh. Dreadpool 26. No. His house got robbed on Christmas? No. Really? No. That's not, if that's true, that couldn't suck more, man.
That's awful.
Brandon says home, and Dreadpool says mine got robbed on Christmas. And I'm going to just put 2 and 2 together and end up with what I hope is a mistaken 4. But it just sort of sounds as though. Well, I hope that's not the case. Anna, I missed you earlier. I saw you and I thought I hadn't mentioned it. So hi, Anna. Hi, Anna. Hi, Anna.
Anna, I'm crazy.
Crazy over me. And there goes my traffic. I'm trying to poke around with cams here. No, not kitty cat cam, me cam. There we go. And not all me, partially me. There we go.
My hat was stuck fitting. The damn barber shops aren't open.
Oh, that's the V-face hat. I
Driving-
call them the Vegas V faces because they have V's in their faces.
Mine when it fits. Oh yeah, that's it. My 2 favorite teams.
Mine are Vancouver and Winnipeg.
Actually flew down to Vegas there last year to watch Calgary Flames get beat by the Vegas Knights. It was quite pleasant.
But what do we got here? Dreadpool says no coin stores, not recently anyway, sorry. And of course we're reacting to Dreadpool's news about that. That's not cool. My coin store got robbed. Oh no, that's even worse. Well, I mean, no one wants to be robbed at home, but you can have a lot of valuables at a coin store, dude. I hope your insurance was up and that goes well for you. Boy, oh, no way. Well, I guess that's, one of the places you're going to rob a place. You're going to rob a place with valuables.
We're going to see more of it, I think.
Yeah.
Gotta be on your guard.
Okay, so I'm going to assume now that Dreadpool means not his coin store that he owns or not his home, but the coin store he frequents got robbed. I'm hoping that that's what he really means, or she. I don't know if Dreadpool's a person who is lady or a man, but I hope that means not your personal home was robbed. I really, really do. So let's hope that is the case. So once again, a lot of what I do here, this part of it anyway, was always about figuring out how to use StreamYards effectively for me, and in a way effectively for all of us. And right now things are going pretty good with the way I'm running this one here, because I only wanted a couple of cameras and I didn't want to do anything overly fancy. I have used StreamYards along with IRIUN cam, is Iron, I don't know how you want to say it, IRIUN camera. And that allows you to use 4 old phones as cameras. I have 4 different Android devices. 1 tablet I recently dropped and shattered the damn screen on, but you know what? The camera's still fine. And a couple of old phones. When I say old, might not be that old to some people, because I have a S10. I have an S8 Plus. I have an S10 Plus, an S8 Plus, and an S5 Neo, which is like an S5 Plus. And all of their cameras are completely usable for this. There's no reason why, if you don't, even if you've got an older phone, which would be like a Samsung S3 or 4, I don't think there's anything keeping you from, getting started. If you think it's your camera, it's keeping you from streaming, it's not. You don't need anything more than any of that kind of crap. She'll get you started. Definitely want to encourage you that is something that you can do. if you were to go to, what's I going to say here? Your phone's camera, sorry. You're going to be better at this than I am, see? If you use your phone's microphone, that is also fine. You don't need anything special for a microphone. I use the junk I have because I already own it, and I'd feel stupid using a microphone on a phone, owning this studio mic and not using it for anything else currently. So, that's why I use fancier equipment, because I already bought it. But don't buy anything fancy. You don't need to. Really, the microphone that's already on your phone sounds great in a phone call. It's going to sound great if you go ahead and just use it to do this. StreamYards is all you need to start with 20 hours of free learning how to use it. And if you get to the point where you're getting more serious and you need more than 20 hours in a month, then you've already got something going. Basically, you've kind of got it figured out by then. Once you need more than 20 hours, you're a growing concern already. So congratulations. But in the meanwhile, that's free. Everything's free. The cam software is free. You use your phone. You have a collection. We know you do, and we'd love to see it. So you can join in on my stream, other people's streams, or stream yourself. But get out an old phone and get yourself some IRIN software, or just click on the link I'm providing. Join us. Pardon me. I'm struggling with a little burp there to not let it out, and I managed it. You didn't hear it. Yeah, Lady Bravin, I've tried a few of the programs in hopes that I would find one to do multi-cameras, and there it is. That's what I was hoping for, and that's where it is. I watch the StreamYards programs that they, if you find their YouTube channel, StreamYards, once a week there's probably 2 shows, maybe 3, that can be very helpful. One is a tech show that it's all right. And, there's a couple of shows where the creators tell you what's coming up next, and you can pester them for new features. I'm currently pestering them for one particular feature, and that is, now that IRIN camera is available, great. But I have to open up the little camera mic thing. I have to click on that first. Then I have to click on camera. Then I have to pick the camera out of the list and click on that. And that's when it changes. And I have this big box in the middle of my window right now getting in the way. And I can make it go away. But if I want to change the camera, I got to come all the way back here to do it again. And so I've asked them, won't you please give us this switch on the main page? Not to mention, maybe add a couple of basic transitions so it's not quite so, jarring. But either way, if I have 4 cameras at my disposal right here on the front page, I'm cooking with gas. I got 4 cameras. One of them can be a coin cam, the other one a different angle of this fat face, maybe more flattering from the top, or maybe a back of head camera, something that hides me a little bit. I'm going to employ the back of head camera. You'll know, hey, that's Darren's back of head. So yeah, but it gives you all the flexibility I think a person needs. And if you want to add microphones, get a microphone that is USB. If it's USB and XLR, that's even better. But don't spend a lot on microphones. Microphones, the return on investment is very small. The microphone that costs $30 sounds 70% as good as my microphone that costs $600, and my microphone sounds 80% as good as a $3,000 microphone. So just basically don't spend a lot of money. Just if you want to make it better than your microphone on your phone, the cheapest USB microphone, the one that has a few reviews. There's 100 billion reviews on YouTube of the cheapest microphones you could buy for podcasting, for streaming. You can hear how they sound. They're not horrible. But if you get a name like Samsung or Well, the other ones, there's Blue and the other microphones that the streamers use, but Samsung makes a really nice USB microphone. A couple of others, as I say, but you really don't need to. That next step, you barely need to take it at all, honestly. But we want you to stream. We want you to enjoy. We want you to join in. Does swapping from main cam to a scope work the same as swapping? Yes, it does, Lady Braven. Exactly the same. When you plug in one of those scope cams, they're just another USB camera. So Dreadpool says, I use my phone camera for streaming, but I can't see chat. And that's why I stream with Far North Coins. And is that because they put the chat on the screen, Dreadpool? Dang autocorrect. I wonder what I could do there. I can do stuff. See, now, anybody who streams with the chat on the stream is doing something a little more involving. They are using OBS Studio or Streamlabs OBS to do that. And I can actually, I think, launch that right now if I wanted to. In fact, I'd like to see what happens if I try. So let us just let you have the show here. Do a bit of chatting while I shut up for the slightest bit of time while I poke around in here in the innards of my workings. If everything falls apart, it's 100% my fault. But I got to do it because that's why I'm here.
Go play. Yeah, I'm pretty new at doing this as well. I'm using the StreamYard, and it's quite different to try to learn how to do something like that. I do get to see the chat on my computer, but I don't see it on my phone when I'm using it. Yeah, it's interesting to experience improving your ability to be able to podcast and whatnot. And it's amazing how collecting or stacking coins can help you acquire some of the equipment that you require to do this sort of thing. And like I said, it doesn't have to be expensive. I had a whole bunch of Utah Goldbacks that I traded. We used them for barter, and I ended up with 7 American Silver Eagles, and those in turn I used to pick up some equipment, which I picked up today at McCain Camera, and decided I was actually just testing out early. Right, but I picked out a ring light, which is kind of cool that you can add to your equipment, and I'm looking at trying to improve my microphone. It just, you do a little bit at a time and try to improve it. I do have a rig I'm trying to set up. I'm not sure if it's going to work. I have a DSLR camera. It's a Nikon fix that I actually mounted on a tripod. But apparently I need to have some equipment to utilize the HDMI that's set up on it. And that's another learning phase, trying to be able to set it up. How long have most of you folks actually been out there trying to get a YouTube channel started? It's nice being a content provider, but it's really a slow process. That's an interesting point you brought up, Lady Braven. Is I have a coin microscope that I run off of OBX, but every time I use it, for some reason it locks out or defaults to the coin microscope instead of my camera. So I actually have to shut everything down and reboot in order to get the camera back on my computer. Oh, that's fine. It's gaming videos are fine. A lot of people are into it. So Dreadpool, how do you have your camera set up to do this? Do you have it mounted on a tripod, or do you have it, on a chair, or how are you able to access it to get your information back and forth? What's he doing here now?
He's making his own chat widget.
Cool. You're gonna have to show me how.
Let's see what else I can do. I would have to. I should be able to float myself in there somewhere. And that's that. Now, where am I in the great scheme of things here?
Yo, look down here.
Silence is golden.
Oh. I lost it. It's hidden.
How hard you do that?
Fallen, but I can't get up. Holy mackerel, this is huge. What have I done? I messed it up. It's huge. I don't know why it's so big. How do I make it smaller? What have I done? I can't find my way there anymore. Holy mackerel. Okay, I don't know what I've done. I haven't got any kind of a clue. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to remove this. I'm going to remove this. And that should leave me display capture. And that is not showing at all. What have I done?
He's a monster.
Okay. Now, let's just pop that out of there. Let's pretend I don't have anything going on here. Okay, so I'll add a capture, add a display. This time I'm going to try something. I'm going to try a window capture. Okay, so there's a window capture of one of my windows, not the window I want. This one. If I say okay to that, that's not so bad. It's capturing this, okay. And if I move it a little, then it'll frame nicely maybe. Doesn't really frame nicely like that. I have to move it over a little farther, like to there.
Yeah.
That's a little better. I see how that is. Now, what I wanted to do was lay myself in there as well. So I'm pretty sure I can do that. If I go here and just make this smaller, and I go in here and I make this, oh, this is so long, that's what it is. Somehow I made some power move there earlier that just made everything screwy. And you know, you hit one of those power keys, you don't know what the hell you're doing, and everything happens all at once, and there's no damn undo that I know of, except for like undo. Not undo, but you know what I'm saying. Crazy man, running the show.
As long as he's not playing with his screen, that's what I did, Red Bull.
Okay, so I want to add a source. I'm going to add a video capture device. It's going to be not this one, but number 2, which is me. Perfect. And I hit the button.
Oh,
there I am.
You were there.
And I can just put me right here. But I'm too big because I'm taking up all the space. So just drop me in a less conspicuous spot, like right there. So now I can provide people with the chat. I wonder if I can make that a little bit bigger. I think I can. All right.
I wonder if I could trim the sides of that. I gotta do it the right way here. Trim the sides. There we go. Trim the sides of that. Boy, that throws you off.
You want to grab it? Just pull it. You can't pull it that way. I don't go over top of you. Okay, so what's happening in my half of the window is OBS. You use OBS, but you send out the signal as what's called a virtual camera. So everything that you do in OBS is like the output of one single camera. So that's why my part of the screen is the way it is. It's being dealt with composited as one. And then there's you're coming in as one as well. But I am also one. And then we've got it right down to pinch. That was the last comment made in the chat. So that basically tracks the chat. So that's not the worst thing in the world. That'll work, kind of, sort of.
That's better.
I could do it like this. I could do it like that. If I do it like that, what happens? I don't have any... no, I didn't grab any screens. Oh, it's something different. It's dealt with differently. Oh, okay. Interesting. Well, that'll work. If I can find the way to hit the cough button on time each and every time, we'll be cooking with gas. Anna, you're crazy.
Alan.
Join Dreadpool and Far North Coins on the 15th for his Goa. Please, because we should help each other. I am so the worst person for gauze. I'm just not that guy. Not yet, anyway. Excuse me. As I realize as I do that, I wipe out the chat. So let's not do that. I can move the chat around. It's all under my power. You lose a little bit of your tummy when you go over bumps. All right, so just us two brave souls so far, and that's not exactly fair. I'd love to have somebody else come up. I want to just see what happens when I do that. Well, it just moves it over. It's not, you know. There are a lot of people who can do this 10 times better than me, but this is my attempt, and as good as I can do it, I'm doing it. And I'm hoping you'll join. Anna, Lady, Dreadpool, anyone. Except for that crasher that crashed my very first stream ever. This was quite a bizarre thing. I had put up a link like that, just not worried about anything at all. And somebody joined in, okay, somebody joined in. So I put them right up, like not concerned with who or what, what it is. And before I can get my headphones on and sort of get myself all properly settled, this guy is dropping N-bombs and he is just upset. He had a real axe to grind, I'll tell you. And I'm like, whoa, I had no idea that there would, I wasn't expecting anybody other than, a coin person or somebody with. Yeah, Mayor was there, I believe, for the Angry Crasher. That was a thing. Hi, Mayor. How's it going, bud? We're successfully using OBS and StreamYards together to present a little presentation of me, the chat, Numismaniac, and you. Please, if you would love to join, I'd love to have you. And yeah. Good going. I've been lurking. So you're still using your phone, right? You lurking on the phone? No computer lurking yet? I think he lurks on his phone. I just wonder how, when he does his streams, what controls does he have, in terms of, doing the scenes and all that, like all this kind of stuff. When you're on your phone, is that pretty limited or what? You have 3 phones, so you use 3 phones simultaneously? Because I can see how you can do that, certainly. What if I was to turn that on to white? Then what? I can take the flashing lights and ask for a semblance of white. That's not bad.
Boy, where's the time go? It's after midnight already here.
Did you ask where the time was going?
Yeah, it just flew.
What have we done so far?
Not a lot. I'm just watching you try to get your screen working.
No, but we're an hour and 22 minutes in. Really? Wow. Well, actually, the stream started. I started it real early, long before the end of George, just so that it was up and running and good to go. Right now, I'm just toying with things. I'm playing with the levels on the microphone right now. Am I still reasonably easy to hear right now? Loudness and all that?
Yep.
What about that car that just rolled by? Hear that one very well?
Clear as the bell. Sounds like a racetrack outside there. Yeah, I missed George's wheel tonight.
He's got 2 phones and a Chromebook, baby. 2 phones and a Chromebook. He retracts a lot of messages. 2 phones and a Chromebook. It's like 2 turntables and a microphone. 2 telephones and a Chromebook. Okay. All right, cool. Thanks, Lady Brown. That's exactly what I'm looking for. What I have to sort of do is, if I can turn down the microphone levels a little bit, I can turn down the amount of, external noise that we get. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Let me make a little adjustment here. I want it to be just a little bit higher. That is probably the best I can hope for. So we'll see what that sounds like. I got 2 turntables and a microphone. I don't even have 2 turntables anymore, but I did it one time. 2 turntables, that was the going rate, baby. I wasn't one of the cool kids, but I was the kid with the big stereo, and if you had a party, I would pack it all up in my car and bring it over and set it up at your house. We had really long cables. So I could put the speakers in a room and then take all the equipment. And I usually found myself a bedroom or a side room, some other place. I had to explain to the party hosts that, oh, I have to have, nice quiet place where the equipment will be fine, which made my, special little place, right? The party was going on, but I always had a spot of my own, You have to go in and see the DJ if you want to hear your music, right? Alrighty. Well, that should sound a little bit better. Lady Braven gives me the thumbs up, meaning we sound quite a bit better, hopefully. And we are waiting. I mean, I'm patient. I'm a patient man. But we are hoping to have other people join us, because this is I call it Founded After Dark, when we come on after George and throw open the floor for everyone to join and talk about George. What an ass, right? I mean, what a jerk.
I thought Mayor would be up on line with us by now.
He's pretty good that way. We'll see. He has no fear of the camera lens, that is for sure. He makes some really wonderful videos too.
Yep.
Actually, almost when I go live, I tend to get Muscle Shell coming around usually and helping me out. He's a great contributor and supporter. Always technically helps. Does what he can to make sure that we sound good, look good. Well, he can't do anything about how we look. Let's face that. I can deal with it. All right. So do you know the YouTube channel Linus Tech Tips? And there he is. Marlon himself.
I'm not prepared.
I'm not prepared.
No shade, nothing. My
Marlon,
tripod is so low right now.
You come to class unprepared? You got
Yeah,
your pencil?
totally.
You need something to write on?
I was trying to make the StreamYard post for my next live event.
Ah. What's that going to be?
Another
Yeah.
creator meet and greet where we get some metal detectorists together
That
to
was
chat.
good times. I was in the listening mode for that one. I was there in the crowd.
Right on.
Digging Canuck and a few of the others you had on there. That
Yeah,
was great.
Liz
Good
came
stuff,
on
good
last
stuff.
time. That was awesome. Liz is like Canadian royalty, right? In the metal detecting community.
Lady Braven, that's exactly what I moved around, a set of Pioneer speakers. That's exactly what I had in the day as well. Actually, I even know where they still are, but I don't know if I'm ever going to get them back. I don't really need them, honestly. It's not a thing anymore. Not the thing. So I'm using OBS to bring on the chat, and we just had Numismaniac drop out, so we'll see if he joins us back again. Not mentioning anything in the chat just yet. Oh, yeah. I had the glasses wipes nearby here, the right microfiber cloths, and now I can't find them anywhere, but where I put them. But I did do a recent upgrade of the whole Starship Enterprise thing I got going on here. So,
Yeah, I seen it.
actually, I wanted to try something. So you're not. Are you on the Chromebook?
No, I'm just on my newer phone. I used it as my main camera, and then it was messing up on my Wi-Fi because I don't have a SIM card in it. So it was glitching out on my mail call last time. I normally stream from my cell phone that has my SIM card, and then it's on the blazing fast LTE, and it's like flawless compared to my
Aren't you-
TELUS optic
Oh,
bullshit.
right.
It cuts in and out, right? Oh yeah, you got ADSL, Marlon. You got the fastest internet you can have in your neighborhood, but it still all of a sudden goes bing, and there's no internet for half a second, and then it comes back on. And StreamYard doesn't like that.
Numismaniacs on cellular data. Wow.
Yeah,
That must suck.
That's how I do my live streaming for my main camera for sure. Yeah.
But your camera connects to StreamYards and is connected. Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yeah, like
See
over
now,
Chrome.
all of my cameras here are connected on my Wi-Fi, so they're all connected by 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi to
Yeah,
that. That
exactly. And then
Iridium
they
camera
go
works
through
good like
your
that.
hard drive.
Yeah.
Because you're on a desktop.
Yeah, no, definitely on a like I said, Starship Enterprise here.
Yeah. But I got the Chromebook because my older one, where's it here? This Ultrabook just gets too laggy when you're trying to StreamYard with multiple people on the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And so it sucks to try control all your messages and what you're popping up on the screen and all that. But I got a newer Chromebook and then solved the problem.
Well, that is cool.
Yes.
I have
Except for the problem of my not Wi-Fi, but the Wi-Fi is fine. I said it wrong. It's my internet service provider that's the problem.
when you first said that, you said it's the problem with my wife, and then you stopped.
Oh,
And I
wife.
thought that is
They need to
hilarious. I know
speed
you
her
do
up.
mean that, but that's hilarious.
No,
It's a problem with my Wi-Fi.
no, the local network Wi-Fi, that's fine. That's not the issue exactly. No, it's the connection through TELUS to the rest of the world that's the problem. What internet provider you use all the way over where you are?
Dallas.
TELUS. See, well, frick, it's nice. Yours doesn't like weirdly cut out every once in a while for no reason.
No, I have like super good service with them.
Yeah,
Really,
it's because you're
like,
not in a
lucky.
small town. Then maybe it's because
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
exactly it. I have a
Yeah.
fiber connection to the house, and it's good and strong. Carrie Baxter, good night, everyone. Getting ready for work tomorrow. Thank you for coming by.
yeah, ours is
Thank
fast
you,
and
thank
normally
you,
works good.
thank you.
I'm
Thank
using
you,
it right
thank you,
now, but
thank
at any
you.
second it might go poof for like half a second, and then I'll freaking get one of those little spinnies, spools. It's nice I don't have to hit the chat button at the bottom of the StreamYard window.
It's nice you don't have to hit the chat button at the bottom of the StreamYard.
Yeah, when you're in StreamYard on your phone, you can still read the chat. You just have to hit the comments button instead of private chat.
Oh, yes, of course.
Patrick Johnson says good night, Carrie. Yeah, it's all
Sure
there.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just made a little window of it and brought it into StreamYard's or into OBS, not into StreamYard's OBS, which is a different program. And actually, I can see where a lot of people would like it too. There's a lot of neat things about it. I have it on this machine as well. It's a very similar program.
Mhm.
Very, very similar.
Yeah.
It's got some setup scenes. It's got an app for your phone that works as a Stream Deck. Do you know what a Stream Deck is?
No, not really.
Yeah? No, it's a thing that sits on your desk that gives you a bunch of buttons that are hard buttons that you can use for control of the StreamYards thing. But what's neat about these things is that they are not hard buttons. They're little tiny screens. And as the computer reprograms these buttons to do different things, the screen shows a different picture. It can even be an animated GIF that it shows to let you know what functions under that button at the time. So it's pretty damn cool. Mike Palais is here today. Thank you, sir, for coming my way. You don't have to stay, but I pray that you will, and that would be okay. Just remember, rapping is something that people get paid for. It's really hard to do, right? Sorry. It's so tough. Now here, this is what's cool. I want to show you this. the scene changes that I'm doing right now aren't being done in the way that you would think. I have, you know how I work for Portal. I mentioned that, right? Yes, no, maybe so. Okay.
Portal?
There, yeah. There's a device called Portal, and Portal
Mhm.
is a video chatting device for Facebook Messenger. So if you're a person who uses Facebook Messenger, this device hooks up to your Facebook Messenger, sits on the table, and is a little screen, touch screen, and you make calls on it. And we also
Oh,
have one
okay.
that goes on the television that turns your television into this same video chatting device. And it is a huge thing over the course of, COVID and all that. People are
Hmm.
quite into it. So that
Yeah.
being said, one of the things it has is a browser, but the browser does not have access to this unit's camera or microphone. So you can't go live from it. But I wondered what you could do with it. So I fired it up. I gave it the StreamYard's login details. That was quite the light you had there.
Yeah, they're
And
meant for like
what
exploring.
what I found was what this thing is good for is being your producer. Let me show you. I'm going to move this camera here. Take this one mobile. There we go. And I'm going to feed it back this here, which is a portal. So you can see yourself on the portal. But the beauty of the portal is it's touch screen. And as I touch the different settings, it automatically does that thing. So it gives me a really cool touch screen interface to run the show. I
That's
can't.
why that's what I do with the Chromebook, because that's why I got a touchscreen Chromebook for that purpose.
Touch. Good. There you go.
Yeah.
I can totally see the advantage of that now that you
Yeah,
mention it.
it's huge because I drag and drop where I want people to sit with my
Yeah, if
finger on my
I want you
phone. And then by buying the touchscreen Chromebook, I can do the same thing on the screen of the Chromebook. Now I can drag and drop people all around. This thing, my Ultrabook, is touchscreen too, but it was
not even
very
showing
laggy. That's what I was talking about. But I see what you're doing. You got cool high tech stuff that's could be doing more than what you're doing with it too. I think.
Well, I hope that's the case because I love discovering more things that I can do.
Yeah,
Because
that's pretty high tech stuff. Further
especially
than
with
just
stuff I've already got.
Yeah, you got it there. You can play with it and figure it out. Mhm. That's pretty cool.
I quite enjoy it.
It's fun, yeah, to
Mike,
mess with it. Yeah, and I'm
hi
looking, but
there,
I
my
don't want to. I'm looking at it, but they're expensive. They have dual screen laptops now, duos they're called.
I've seen the really high end Asus one that has a
Yeah,
screen, but then another screen below it that kind of
yeah,
rocks up. That looks pretty cool. And
yeah.
that
It's the
lower
ROG
screen
duo,
is
and
a
then
touch
there's the
screen.
Zen duo from someone else. Yeah, they're both touch too. Yeah,
Mike's got it figured out. He managed to pull off all three 2020s, the painted, the non-painted, and the standard 2020, and did very well in George's stream this evening. Nicely done, Mike.
sweet.
Now that's the kind of luck I'd like to have now and then.
Yeah, yep.
I didn't have any of the glow in the dark ones. My brother-in-law offered me two, and I thankfully accepted. So there you go. I didn't do anything special to get the glow in the darks except be the appropriate beggar at the appropriate time.
Yeah, yep.
Is my top cam still working, or did this die already? If there's any problem with using phones as cameras, that's what it is. That they only have a limited. I mean, unless you've got a way to plug them in.
Oh yeah, when you're StreamYarding, yeah, even from 100% in like an hour, you're down to 30. Yeah, that's why I've purchased quite a few USB power stations, and I use them to run multiple things at once like that. So it works pretty good. We're almost mobile with this.
How would I fire this one in there? I think I can do it if I hit this,
See,
and then I
can we
pick
show it?
that.
Yeah, see this bad boy right here? Powers all the devices. Pluggy in phone while streaming.
I just did a boo-boo.
What happens?
I'm trying
It's
to
a
get
back
this
button.
camera on. Trying to remember where it is. I don't want it here. I want it here. It becomes a little bit confusing, honestly.
Smoking's bad for you, Patrick. We're in Canada.
Dun 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 dun. Okay, cam mic. So which one? Oh, I know. I can figure this out. Da, 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 da. Okay, which one is this? It's this one, right? It is. Okay, so that is camera 1, which is this one. There we go. Now I'm live. I'm handheld. I can fade back. So I brought all my monitors together. So now I have 2 turned sideways and 2 in the middle. It's just like a wall of monitors. It just makes me so happy. Because I think of it as like, I didn't spend any money to do this. I just brought all the monitors that I had together in one place. And there's the portal. So it's, right there if I need it. Then there's the homemade light bar with the lights that, not only these ones here, they're off. But these are the ones that are on right now. But those are RGB. So if I grab the little remote control, you can have some fun. And then if I go up here, if I reach all the way up here to this, of course, I can flick the bar. And then the floodlights come on. So now we got these ones are now on. And all they are the same as these little RGB ones, but they're not RGB, they're only white. And I built these little, that's cardboard that I made. And I lined it with foil, tin foil. The microphone I had for a different reason.
Your own studio lights, yeah.
The interfaces I have for other reasons, so I brought them all together. Oh, we have a joiner. We have a person. Nope, I heard a dink. Oh, yeah, we did. There we go.
Perfect.
He'll pop in a second, hopefully.
Welcome back.
So there's the current setup. What do we got going on here now? Oh. Let's just... turn that one off. And come back to here.
Hello.
I can definitely see you there, and I know you're there, but the audio and stuff is pretty stroby. Not sure what's going on with that. Can, party people, Can in the house. Did you check out that unwrapping yet of your finally arrived mail, Chris? I got it finally, which is so cool. Thank you very much. Actually, why not? Why not? He says.
Okay. This is interesting.
No, it's not sounding very good. You're kind of robot-y and in and out. Like the connection isn't particularly awesome. Could be it does sound like a connection issue. Okay. Which one have I got here? There, that one, camera 1. All right. So if I switch to camera 1.
Well, if you guys can hear me, I'm gonna sign up. I'm having difficulties with my computer. The internet's coached for some reason. I'm looking. I can't seem to get it back up. So
Yeah,
probably
it's not good.
It's most probably clip along or something. I don't know. I'll check out.
If you're on your home internet,
So,
I would power cycle your router at home. Your connection may be good to the router, but your internet connection is not particularly good. But I would definitely do that. I would power cycle your internet router to see if it gives you a better connection, because that is no good. Late Night with Bull Coins and Odd Shit. Sold it already. Got a great offer for it. What did he get? Gotta go back. The Pandagram Silver Bar. Nice. Well, that's how it goes. We trade, we sell, we buy. Mayor's back. Hey, Mayor. No audio from Mayor at this time, though. Audio. Nothing? Marlon, nothing? No talking? Oh, muted mic. Oh, can I unmute you? Your mic is muted. I can't unmute you. You can only unmute you. Nobody can hear you because you're muted. Am I muted too? No, I'm not muted. He's a handsome looking guy, but I'd like to hear from him too. Did I do something wrong? Is there a reason why I'm not hearing Marlon? Did I mess something up? I don't think I did. Marlon, are you trying to talk?
No, I had my mic muted
No.
because my garage furnace was running. It's noisy.
Fucking blew me out of my chair. Thank you so much.
Mhm.
Well, you get scared because you think you've done something wrong. So
Oh, sorry.
poking
Yeah.
at this-
No, I didn't say first either. I forgot to shut it off before I started. And then it comes on inconveniently. Yeah.
It's too bad Numismaniac's got such a crappy connection for his internet. That's not really working
Yeah.
out for him at all.
Yeah, like I'm saying, mine here is smoking fast, but it has momentary interruptions, which are not cool. So I got to talk to these TELUS people and see if they maybe know why. But it should be nothing in the house here making trouble.
Well, the first thing
There's
to
two
do
guys
is
home
always
today. Seen it.
power cycle your modem. Power cycle it, turn it off, leave it off for about 15 seconds.
Yeah,
Plug
and
it back
they even
in.
say you should disconnect the phone jack even because it's telephone, and the system can tell when it's plugged in or not, even if it's turned off. So
Oh,
no, I
alrighty
read
then.
this stupid stuff about it. Exactly. Yeah. Nice, Kennedy. Mm-hmm. Mm-mm-mm.
All right.
Playing
Oh,
around with the
right
silly
on.
lights.
Rich Kelly 21, thank you
Oh,
for
Rich
stopping
Kelly.
by. Yeah.
And the
Royalty,
Can
brother.
is in there too.
Can as well. I'm showing off the recent finds from Can here that
Oh,
came into
sick.
my recent possession. Yes,
Nice.
sir. That's where they've come from the land down under, directly down under me. California, as I say. And we'll rotate our Benji there. My
Fun
one and only
cities.
Benji, as far as I know,
Ooh,
actually.
Benji.
I think it's the only one I got. Yeah, speaking of. Thanks for the reminder, lady. I think that's a darn good idea, honestly. And that idea is moderating people up when they show up, especially if they people I already know.
Yeah, it's handy.
Well,
Especially if they're good at throwing people's links up and making everyone happy in the chat. Good moderators. Mhm.
I already did throw my link up or tried to mention my channel in a place that, and again, I wasn't mentioning my channel as being live, go over there now. So I wasn't like that
You
uncouth,
were
but
poaching.
I got shat on by somebody one time already in this. And I thought, wow, really, you don't lose anything. You know, it doesn't take anything away from you. You may think it does. It really doesn't. We can help one another.
Yeah. Whoa, my volume's on. There we go.
Oh, is it that time already? Time when the battery dies on the camera? I've been fooling around for a while now, so that I think I did kill it. I can get it back, but it's going to take a little bit of time. Actually, so meanwhile, back at the outhouse, and there was Grandma swinging on the outhouse door without an ID. Baby, could you ask for more?
God,
$2, please.
terrible.
I literally just going around my desk picking up other Android phones. Just like, oh, this one's got some
Grab my
charge in it.
phones.
I'll just
Yeah.
poke on the Arian camera button and throw it once again up in the overhead camera position. Check my Arian camera software to see if it's connected. Oh, it's looking the wrong way. It's looking up. This stuff still leaves something to be desired because I wish it had a couple of more pro features, but
Yeah, hey.
free and working are also excellent features. Really, free and working. It works, it's free. Shut up. All right, so just like that, I'm back. That's a completely different phone. That's the S5, in fact. That is the oldest phone of my group. Samsung S5 Neo. And I'll try to get the zoom to go here best as I can. That's zoomed right in. And I think it has less of a zoom than the other models, which doesn't bother me much. And it's currently displaying backwards, so I can't read the writing, but that is just a touch of the screen away from being repaired. And there it is. So once again, I'm not an advocate of any particular program that does this. I'm an advocate of that everybody has all the equipment they need to do this, and that they should.
Totally.
There's that's the first thing I ever won that was sent to me by Nick Molnar. Obviously, a Canadian clad dollar. I hate to say silver dollar, knowing it's not silver, but there's its silver counterpart right above it here. There's the silver version. And what do we got here? John, was it John? That's the one. I was talking to somebody about a 1960 Canada silver dollar the other day. He may be here. Glad back is recovering well, Holmes. Bates equals Stormin CA. Pardon me, Roy. Is that the cat who stole your new shoes? Alrighty. Beep, 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 beep. Let's put up an invite all the people. You don't have to be a crazy just to join in, but it helps. Maybe a silly question, lol, but do you zoom with the phone controls? Or does the program on the computer have a hotkey to zoom? I zoom by putting my finger on the phone and pinching.
Ah, there you go.
I know that's a question. That's got to be a question for an American 2020 penny, because we don't have pennies and we don't have cents. We're completely out of cents and pennies. We are without cents. We have no cents. Ask anyone. No cents. Senseless. Plug that in for charging.
Some people have their sense. Other people won't. They'll be paid.
Sherry Ward in the house. Hi, Sherry. Thanks for coming. Says hi to Mare as well. Sherry says hi. Hello, everyone. Thank you for coming around. It's the Found It After Dark show. If you were at Found It Buried, you should come on here. If you need to be intoxicated, make sure you drink lots of beer. Once you're properly intoxicated, join our panel live. We'll see what you're gonna say and see if it's a lot of jive. What the coins is going on here? Pennies to Benjis. This is Found It After Dark. This is the after show for the people who enjoy Found It Buried and any and other things that we do. No holes barred. Just like the Found It Buried show, except I invite you to join us on the panel, because we're not trying to do anything special like count to 10 or do a giveaway. So that makes it nice and easy. So
We're just
please
gonna
do
shoot the
join us.
breeze.
We're gonna have somebody great to shoot it with. Rich is here. Hi, Rich.
Rich Valley. I thought I recognized the logo. Good to see you.
Doing pretty good. How
I'm
you guys
waving. It's
doing?
over here, though.
That's one of my favorite coins there. I'm a postcard collector. It was in a 1903 Happy New Year's postcard in a little envelope marked good luck. And it's a fully uncirculated MS-65 full red Indian head penny. I paid $3 for it.
Sweet.
Yeah. I ended up paying more though because I'm a fair value person. So, and the guy just died because he was an Indian head collector. But I was hoping he had a stack of those postcards, which would have been fun.
There we go.
Gleason News in the house. Thank you for
Well,
stopping by. I certainly appreciate it. Not doing a lot of anything, just having a visit. A lot of us are refugees from Found It Buried. Welcome to Found It After Dark. The show with absolutely no plans, no, no schedule. If you want to try out your streaming, now's a good time. Go ahead and join with whatever streaming software you like to use, or join us with
Whatever
StreamYards,
phone's in your
obviously.
hand currently.
Whatever phone's in your hand, yeah, try it. Try to come on up and see if it works for you. At least you'll know if it's good or not, or whether you need to bitch at your coverage provider. There goes the neighborhood. Gleason got past the guards. No, I shot the guards when I got here. Any kidding? How do you think I got in? They didn't just let me in. All right.
I'll be back in just one sec.
Patrick's got to go. He's going to be going to the hospital tomorrow for some more tests. It's not COVID, so, well, it's not the worst thing. People get better from that, and hopefully whatever it is you end up being diagnosed with is one of those things it's easy to get better from too, ideally, right? Well, I can safely assume Hector isn't on, because Hector, brother, if he was on, he would be here too. I miss him though, so I hope he's doing well. And if he is on, hopefully he pops in like he tends to do for me. And I really appreciate John coming in too. That's one of the best coin collections you could possibly ever get the opportunity to see, including the dining room table of silver. If you've never seen that, check out John's the video that you put up. That was unbelievable. Rich put up, I should say. I'm talking about, but yeah, that was it was just I've never seen so much silver in one place at one time with Rich's video of his dining room table. That was incredible. Pennies, you could use an avatar. We have avatars.
Right.
Rich is using an avatar. You don't have to camera up if you don't want to. Yeah, put Patrick in your prayers. Certainly can't hurt. God's a busy guy, but not too busy for Patrick. He can multitask. Feels like it's later than 11:51 though. Like on the West Coast, I know for some of you it is later than 11:51, but by the time George is finished streaming, it's often much later. No problem, Can. Anytime, brother. Whenever I'm streaming, you're welcome to stream along with. Especially these kinds of streams, because again, they're kind of. I just wanted to do it, so I did it. I didn't know if anybody would show up. I just opened up, and then you just see. Very much like Channel 7 on the CB radio. You key up the microphone, and you see if there's anybody out there worth talking to. That's kind of what we're doing. Except you don't have to chat. You can type. I will read what you say. Almost 3 over at John Jacobs' place. It is 2:52 where he's at.
Yeah, that video you were referring to was 50 pounds of silver. It was a lot of fun.
Next time we got to try to crush the table. 50 pounds won't do it. Good table's going to handle that. No problem.
Well, I have a little over 18,000 pounds of U.S. coins.
I love it.
That table won't hold it, but I actually have a 5-inch thick burl walnut table that I was building that's 11 feet long that will hold it. So I'd love to do that video someday.
This coming from a master craftsman. If he says the table will hold it, it will hold it. In fact, I would bet you could probably dance on that one.
Yeah, that one will do a couple tons.
Go Pack Go. I have no idea what that means. Wisconsin, right? They're the Packers. Go Packers Go. Is that what we're talking about? 2:53 a.m. in good old Wisconsin. I got my little table here of my little movable feast of recent interesting coins to me that I just drift around. Some of the old Canadian nickels there that are quite enjoyable. We've got a row of the American quarters there that are the, what do you call, the States quarters that I have a few of. I've got this one at the top that's quite milky and yucky, which is a Helen Keller, what I'd love to replace one day. That is kind of cool. And then we move past the Americans that I just got from Can over into more of the Canadian zone where I show the current toonies, the colored one, the Bill Reed. And then what we got here? Oh yes, these are 2 Newfoundland 50-cent pieces. They're just interesting because they're that old. And so I've got them here. There are different kings on them. The standard run-of-the-mill Canadian silver dollar.
Yeah, 2
The
guys.
standard run-of-the-mill clad. Yeah, that's the Voyager, they call that. And
That's the original Uber, actually. Original Uber.
And here we have the Canadian current loonie dollar in its loonie form and in one of the harder to find forms. And then, of course, my first winner, that was the Nick Molnar dollar that I won. This one is snuck in here. because it's got that same king on it, but it's not one of the Canadian coins. It is, in fact, 1 shilling. And going back below here, we've got the quarters that are interesting. The painted and unpainted Canadian flag. The painted and unpainted turtle in the sea. I'm not sure what that's about. The painted and unpainted poppy. The breast cancer awareness. I don't know what that's about. And there's a couple others here. I'm not actually fully sure what they're all about, every one of them. But that's kind of just sort of the trait du jour that sits on my desk and keeps me occupied. And as new cool things come in, obviously they're going to get spots on the tray and other things. I had a bunch of stuff up from Yugoslavia that was brought home in the 60s and not looked at till just now. I had those on there, but they came off. They're pretty cool. They're pretty cool. And there's this little thing here, this one. I don't know what that is. Very tiny, like the size, smaller than a dime, around the size of one of those fish scales. But
Yeah.
currently, the current camera that I've got, that zoomed in all the way, so we're not going to get any better pictures of that tonight. But I think one day I'm just going to do one of all the smallest coins that I have. Obviously, they typically have the smallest denominations, but not always. Dimes are smaller than nickels, right? So anyway, yeah, other than that, you know how it is. You work every day, you come home tired. If you watch George, by the time he's done, there's no real time to do another live stream. So, but it's kind of my plan to try to piggyback off that. If he ends at a decent time, then I'll fire it up. And often I think we're going to get Nick Molnar as well pretty soon doing live streams and showing off some of his good stuff.
Yeah, he's been sorting a few rolls, hasn't he?
Yeah, going through some quarters there. I definitely saw that.
And Marty is Nuts did some today, I think, too. Marty's Nuts.
Marty's Nuts.
Marty is nuts about digging in coins. He was doing
Marty is nuts.
Marty
I
is
thought
nuts.
we were talking about Marty's Nuts.
No, is nuts.
Well, suddenly it's nowhere near as, I thought I was going to look at something I'd never seen before. I've met a few people who are nuts.
Yeah, he is nuts about coins and digging. And he's got a dog named Digger Dog. It's his sidekick.
I think what we need over here next is I need a wand. I haven't done any digging yet, but my brother-in-law has that very old detector, which I happen to think is probably still quite a good one. And I was just saying to him the other day that, we could probably get out there and give it a try, but I think nobody goes out there without a wand anymore. That doesn't seem to make any sense to do.
Yeah, you need one of those little pinpointers. They're really handy. Yep.
So
is that what you mean?
What happens? So. Yeah, that is what I mean. I'm going to try something here. What happens if I do yo, yo, and yo?
Then pirates start to invade us.
Yep, pirates. Swinging in.
Oconto Falls. Have you ever been to Oconto Falls? I was thinking about doing some coin row hunting too. I get, I'm nowhere near anybody else I know who's doing it, so that means different banks and different.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Yeah, we're all in different provinces, so you're going to get different boxes of coins. Mm-hmm. Be cool. I was thinking about it. I just don't want to embarrassingly have to go into the bank and try to explain why I'm buying thousands of dollars worth of loonies and toonies.
I wasn't sure how to approach that either, actually.
I have a new store. I haven't worked out a story or an alibi yet, but because they're going to ask you questions when you show up to buy $1,000 or $2,000 worth of coins.
I like them.
I like them a lot, yes.
I like them a lot.
My wife's a stripper and she wants to practice in a realistic environment. Welcome to Canada, where they throw coins at strippers.
Yes, they do. I was surprised actually because that wasn't really a thing in BC. And when I moved to Alberta and lived there, people were hucking toonies and loonies, and I'm like, wow, okay,
Oh
because
yeah,
like
she'll roll the poster
bouncing
up
them
like a
off them.
funnel and stuff. Anyway, I haven't been there since I
Yeah,
was a teenager, so or I guess my
I
buddy's bachelor
don't know
party
what
that
you're
was like a
talking.
decade
No
ago,
idea.
maybe, but
No idea what you're talking about. I haven't seen
exactly.
anything like what you're
So
talking about. I do not know who Mitzi Dupree is. I have no idea
mhm.
what she can do. No idea.
And then that was my first experience with magnet fishing, and I didn't even know it back then. But she had like the girls would have a magnet on a little rope or chain, and they wouldn't have to bend down to pick up all the loonies and toonies. They could just go around with the magnet and collect everything off the stage.
I thought that was part of the fun.
Yeah, yeah. Most coins don't stick to magnets back in the day because they're silver or whatnot.
Not the good kind.
Exactly.
I guess if you put down a good coin, you get a bend over.
Exactly. See, there's the difference.
There you go.
Instead of the lazy magnet chain.
Late Night
Nickels are
says
always,
Can Can's
Canadian
gonna have
nickels are
a
always sticking to a magnet, though.
Late Night says Can Can's gonna have a coronary when he opens his mail and might pass out. And we have somebody showing us something.
Here's the light I use. It's got an adjustable Kelvin rate, adjustable power levels. It can go battery powered. It's really cool. Sorry for the shakiness.
That's cool.
They start at about $80. They're a little expensive, but if you have toned coins, this is the only way to go.
Oh yeah, cool.
So
Coin.
that's obviously an LED deal, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it was a specialized type. The ring's about 14 inches.
So what kind of money does this person spend for that?
That one is about 170.
170. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm a photographer too, so I had
Yeah.
better reason to spend a little bit more.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, but you won't go wrong buying a decent light, one time
Yep.
if you're going to be doing any of this.
Yeah. Oh, there's my Indian head. I'll show you some more in a minute. I just don't have this set up on my copy stand right now.
Well, it certainly beats the name brand.
I'm a really oddball collector when it comes to coin stuff. I like collecting the oddities. I like collecting magazines and flyers and that kind of thing from the past. I've done some pretty neat stuff here recently.
This is what I'm seeing people with these days. These double packs of lights here, around $60. You got dimmable USB LED video lighting. That's kind of the lower end of what was being shown here. I mean, here's the Elgato right beside it. That's $300 for a light. But I think a person, if they had something like that, newer 2-pack dimmable 5600 Kelvin, this one doesn't have a adjustable temperature for the lighting like yours likely does.
Yeah,
That can be had.
it's important to be between 4,000 and 5,800. I find the lower end really good for the tone coins, but you go much higher than the 56, 58, it washes out a lot of the gold coins or high-end copper or the proof coins.
There's some of the answers right there to get your phone in the middle of a ring light. Right there. There's a lot. I mean, people are getting into streaming, let's face it.
Where do you shop at for your camera gear or your audio gear?
Okay, well, all I've ever really purchased is audio gear, and I buy from Long and McQuaid here in Canada, local retailer at which I have a revolving account. All my cameras are old phones. And if Numismaniac is watching, this little item here is what you need. It's called the Cam Link, but you need to buy the Chinese one that's way cheaper than this. This $170 4K Cam Link, you could probably be fine with a 1080 one. You don't need 4K likely. But if you want to use that camera that you showed me and it has HDMI out, you need Cam Link or the inexpensive Chinese version of Cam Link in order to connect that. So if you're still in the channel, that is the answer for you for connecting up that camera. As long as it's got a USB output, you're cooking. A lot of great stuff on this page.
Yeah, you should check out bnhphotovideo.com.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, that's where I purchased my stuff. I just love having the choices, and I love looking at commercial production stuff. You know, $250,000 cameras, $20,000 microphones. It's just fun to look at.
Oh yeah, I love gear. I'm a gear hound too. The thing is, though, it's just not. We're at the point now where the things that were never possible are possible, and you can achieve 80% of professional easy. You know, to get that next to 90%, you're going to spend a little money. If you want to get the 95%, it's going to cost a lot more money. And if you want to get all the way to professional, you're still going to drop professional dollars. But down there at the 75% professional level, it's awesome. And it's next to nothing. Cameras that were phones, microphones that are on your camera, lights that are $30, $40, $50. My lights came from Harbor Freight, literally. In Canada, we call it Princess Auto, but my lights came from Harbor Freight. Nothing should stop you from doing this if this is what you want to do. Pizza Guy in the house. Thank you for coming, Pizza Guy. I would love a pizza. It's my favorite things. $40 for a box of assorted coins can be a lot of fun. Late Night with Bull has a buttload of mint and proof sets. Nice. They're pretty. Pennies to Benji's has about 30 cameras and has been taking pictures since grade school and worked in 2 photo studios as a teenager. Are they, do you go to different formats? Are you all 35 mil? Did you go large format as well? Got the Hasselblad? Did it go to the moon?
Yeah, there's a brand I wish I had more of. Quality stuff.
Hasselblad, Leica, what's the other good high-end names? I was thinking of what's that Canadian name? Nope, slipping my mind. Am I thinking of Leica? It's not Canadian.
I was going to say, I didn't think that was.
There's always Zeiss.
Yeah, mostly German when it comes to photography stuff or lenses. They did really good.
I don't know what level the Canon lens is in, but the Canon had 2 lines. They had a more basic, more consumery line, then they had a more professional line, the FL and the FD series. And the high-end line, which one it was, I don't remember which one it was. It was pretty serious.
Yeah, you look for the red rings. If you got red rings on your lenses, you've got the better lenses. So, and I've, because of being a 6th generation photographer who was taught to do, darkroom stuff and how to develop my own film and stuff, it's been a lot of fun. Here's something really unusual. This is actually a Capital Plastics holder holding Varieties and oddities, and this is just 57 Ds, I think, for all 1957 Ds. I only have a couple of these boards. He had quite a few of them. I'd like to know what year he started, but it's all the little different errors and varieties that show up, and its progression. Like some of them are the beginning stages, and then it goes to the end stages of the error or variety. And Capital Plastics, I'm a hoarder of many things. Capital Plastic is one of them. I have some really neat oddball like Lincoln Head penny holders and that.
Wow. You put a penny up Lincoln's nose.
Yep.
One of those little spots is where Homer has a crayon lodged deep.
Oh, pretty neat. I've got a couple of these ones.
When I was a young kid, we used to have this swap meet in the area, in the neighborhood. It was like this little hall. People would get together, set up tables. It was just a neighborhood thing, and we would pick up. I had picked up so many old cameras, like formats I couldn't even buy film for, or it was hard to come by. And these boxes, you would have to hold them at waist level and look down into a little glass refractor.
Yeah,
that
waist
refracted little
view
viewfinder.
cameras or down views. Yep, I have quite a few of them.
They were like garbage. Like they were 25 cents at the swap meet.
Yeah, well, of course, like all things, there were better brands and better qualities, but for the most part, they're pinhole cameras.
Yeah, they were pretty cool. We used to play with them. They were toys.
I have a bunch of the late 50s, early 60s movie cameras for 8, Super 8, the 16 millimeter. Something I used to develop, pain in the butt to develop, but another fun process of learning photography. So when I bought the very first supposedly pro video camera, it did video, but it was actually a photography photo camera, and it was $2,500. It had an attached lens, but it had lens caps that you could put on the end of your camera and do the wide or telephoto. And it was $2,500 for it. It was supposedly the first professional digital camera, and it was 2.5 megapixels. So we've come a long ways.
I was wondering about the coin cams, the microscopic ones people have got, and how good they are. So I opened up a few of the links people had provided me to the ones that they had, and I was surprised to find, we're looking at something like 2 or 2.5 megapixel cameras, and I'm thinking, wow, that sure seems crappy, like considering what's available out there. And apparently when you look into these cameras, that's kind of what all of them are. They're, even those ones that seem to work really well, they're not that high, super high megapixel output for these scope cams. I was expecting to find a better one being, maybe higher, like 5 megapixel or more. But apparently it doesn't need to be so megapixely to work well as a microscope type camera anyway.
Yeah, in fact, the one I was talking about is a Olympus. And the dentists are still using them because they had some really neat macro photography options, and dental places set up some really unique lens attachments for them to do the mouth for dentistry. So that's pretty cool.
Got Can in the chat asking, Rich, if there's any way to acquire one of those Lincoln Silhouette penny holders.
I've been collecting for years, I've only seen them a couple times. They're hard to find. I actually have 3 of them. But yeah, you just have to really keep your eye open. There's a lot of collectors out there that are definitely keeping their eye open for them. So here's that camera I was telling you about. So Olympus was the first one to do the supposed Pro camera for digital. And it's a great camera. I used it for a long time.
It's also P, right? It's progressive. It's not interlaced. So that's another more professional kind of thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and it has dual memory cards, so you could use compact flash or those little skinny ones, the Smart Media, which is really unique. Very neat to see the first camera come with dual options for media. So it's just a simple little camera.
Has it got like for output right now? Can you use it as a webcam? Does it have a HDMI out or something along those lines?
It does, but it's just I think it's 480, so it's pretty low on its size. But yeah, fun stuff. It's funny because I spent about the same amount on the Nextel use. It's what their best camera is from that series. I think they're at like Mark 6 though. But
I like those mirrorless cameras that are out there now. They're looking at about 700 beans for one of them that I think is looking pretty good. What I really like about them is they have a super fast autofocus. People who like to hold up their coins in front of the camera are always bitching about the focus, where I saw this one demonstrated. The person would hold up something right close to the camera lens and it would pick up focus right away, and then pull that thing and it would instantly focus twice as far on their face, and it would just snap the focus. It was really, really good that way.
Yeah, I was looking at some of the mirrorless stuff, but I don't know. I am gotten used to having the options of the rear view and stuff. So
yeah, the one that's popular with bloggers these days has one of those flip out screens so you can see what the hell's going on. Pretty much need that.
And I've always pushed for Canon for digital photography and Sony for video, but a lot of the companies have caught up pretty good. But like Nikon with their lenses, my buddy paid double and triple for the cameras and the lenses and never got as fine a focus as I did. And they were always really touchy and had a lot of issues with fogging up and that kind of stuff. So Canon's pretty good. But now they're a little more commercialized and I think their quality is starting to go.
Like everything else.
I have a few of the Red Ring lenses and they're pretty amazing. So I can do 1600 millimeter with my big lens.
That's one of those where you put the lens on the tripod and hang the camera off it.
Yep. It's pretty funny. I was hand holding the 400, which I could use a doubler on to get it up to 800. But at the higher end of the magnification, you have to be careful because, boy, when the littlest of shakes causes it to blur. I love talking photography. You know, my family were part of the Eastman family back in the day when before Kodak and them joined, and then after, I think it was 1870s or so, 1880s that the two of them joined. not positive on that, but yeah, that's why I have so much for old photographs of my family before 1900. It's a lot of fun. I have a couple other things I'll show in a minute.
I don't feel like I have anything to show off at this point.
I'm totally muted and I was talking there. That's funny. I just put Rich
So much
Callie's
better.
link in the chat. If anyone wants to check out his awesome videos, he's got that one with the 50 pounds of silver out on the table. It's pretty awesome.
Speak
Lots
of
of
the
good
devil and
videos.
Satan walks in the door. Speak of Hector, or should I say my friend Ector? Ector
way.
is here. Hello, Ector. I promised I would say his name correctly, and that's Ector.
Hector?
Ector. Yes.
Hey, Hector. One of the few people that have seen my face.
Ah,
Yeah, we actually talk a lot, me and Hector. Have a lot of similarities and things that we enjoy.
there we go.
Alrighty.
Just put Hector's link in the chat there. If anyone wants to check out his channel, show him some support.
Yeah, Hector has some really neat stuff. And he's
And he likes cooking too, so that's awesome.
a new collector. Here you go. So this is a national coin album that somebody's converted. And Raymond Wade is the one who created the first of the double-sided coin albums. So if you ever see them, pay close attention to the coins in them because they were pretty expensive. So it was normally a serious collector that would use them. But this is transit tokens. So all the different tokens for transit.
Cool.
Oops, I'm upside down. Start at the beginning here.
I seen a Pittsburgh one recently that had a triangle stamped out in the middle of it. Just came to mind.
I actually have a full roll that's in like a bank roll for the transit tokens. That's really cool. But they're pretty neat. This is something I've always collected.
Mm-hmm.
And some of them had smaller denomination ones for kids, which I'm surprised kids weren't free back then, but
No.
yeah, pretty cool. Another fun thing that I collect. One of the many things that I collect. Here's another one of the original albums. Here's one for the Buffaloes. I have it, I think, for Indians and the Lincolns. But it's just really neat to be able to have double-sided. And there's a little plastic slide that comes out of these so you can put your coins in. But normally they have staples here and they rusted, so it's really hard to find them in this good a condition.
Mm-hmm.
I used to search for these on eBay just to find a single page, I'd pay really good money for a single page of them trying to put these albums together. And then Michael Kittle, Rare Coins, I saw on his shelf that he had a couple of these albums, and it's like I'd never seen more than one album at a time, and he had like 5 of them.
Yeah.
I made an offer and he accepted, and now they are on my shelf. And he's also the one that I got the Lincoln heads from. Fun stuff. Now these ones are actually a different company, but they were the ones that took over the other guy. Fun stuff. Yeah, Hector, I just finished my last dish of my habanero chicken enchiladas. Just love the spicy foods. And habaneros are one of my favorites. When I do my chicken, it's enough of them to change the color.
Finishing my pop.
I've had them the last 4 nights, Hector. That was really good. My little grandson spotted them in the refrigerator and wanted them for lunch, and it's like I can't say no to him. So I would have had an extra day or an extra dinner, but he had them for lunch a couple times. So, and for most people, like I used to make these for family, and nobody would eat my habanero ones. They'd eat the normal ones, but my little grandkids, they eat spicier food than I do, and I eat super, super spicy food, but they put me to shame.
Yeah.
4 and 5-year-olds.
I think I used to eat a lot more spicy stuff too, and then you kind of move on, maybe. I don't know.
I used to do Cajun sausages. There was a guy that would come around every year to the fair, and he sold these barbecue sauces and blackening spices and stuff. And oh, I fell in love with this stuff. It was really good. And so one day I had started talking to him and told him how much I enjoyed eating them, and how much I put on my stuff. And he laughed and said, most people can't tolerate it, and that he had a special one behind his booth if I wanted to have a bowl of some barbecued sausages they had. And it's like, sure. And I drenched them and was just going to town. I was sweating it up fairly good, but man, I was humming. And from then on, every time he'd come, we'd look forward to getting together behind his booth to try his new sauces or his personal sauces. And yeah, it was amazing. Did we lose Darren?
I don't know what he did. Hector was asking about my kids' Power Wheels there. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Darren broke something. At first, I was thinking he just went to the bathroom or maybe to get a coffee going, but I think he might have pushed the wrong button, maybe the big red one even,
Yep, I know he's definitely a button pusher.
Yeah, and he was trying to do something there, probably, and now he's trying to come back. He's trying to make it back here. He's the only one who can end the stream, so. Yeah. But I'm getting a little stiff from sitting around all day. Well, not all day, but sitting here in the cold garage. Not cold. What am I saying? It's heated.
Yeah, so you're stuck right now because your area is too cold to do your fishing, right? Dirt fishing.
Yeah, and I've just been waiting for more snow so we can go snowmobiling. but it's actually been a mild winter so far. So, yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed we did snowmobiling a bit. I really enjoyed it. We were doing cross-country styled stuff in
Yeah.
Tahoe National Forest areas that you couldn't get to at all, and just doing it for picnics and stuff. It was a lot of fun.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
But we're mild compared to you guys. I don't think I could do it in the sub-zero stuff or even the real low temperatures. My fingers always froze regardless of what I put on for gloves.
Yeah. I'm pretty fair weather with it myself. I don't go out on the worst days. I like to have fun too. But if you're serious about it, these guys go like right into the mountain ranges and stuff. And yeah, I imagine it's a lot colder up on top of mountain.
Yeah, but there's special designed ones, customized ones with the longer track and the bigger suspension so they can get up those steeper inclines and stuff. Yeah, I've seen some pretty neat ones.
Yeah.
I'm a four-wheeler person, so I always pay attention when I see customized stuff for travel. Oh, and some of the hunting rigs. Oh man, guys are bringing 3 different guns for 3 different games and doing all their hunting and have a big old trailer to pull the stuff back. You know, I love that stuff.
Yeah. Later, Can.
And my little 3-year-old granddaughter does all her own cleaning up all the fish that she gets, and they go rabbit hunting and stuff, and she cleans all that and loves it. My daughter did too. I didn't have them hunting that young though, but 5 years old they were hunting.
Was Darren trying to talk to us?
No,
he's waving. I think he's eating.
Yeah, I made a sandwich. I was starving.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, and I'm gonna take off for beddy time myself. It's getting on 1:30. It's been fun. It's nice talking to you again, Rich. If I wasn't already spent, I got up early today. I'd stay and I'd chat all night, like we did that last time.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, but I'm not prepared for that today anyway, and I got to get the kids to school in the morning too. So, yeehaw!
Priorities.
Mm-hmm. Oh, totally. Yeah, thanks for having me, Darren. It was really good again.
Done for fun as always, and we've had fun.
Yeah.
Thank you
I
very
like
much
seeing you do your little chat thing there and stuff. There, Hector's here. See, perfect time. Now
hey, guys.
Replace me. Sub on in.
Hey, Hector.
Bonjour, Hector.
Have a good chat, guys.
Gentlemen. Hello.
See you, Hector.
Oh.
I gotta go.
Hey, don't go yet. Don't go yet.
Okay, I'll wait.
I got some news. Last Christmas, on Christmas Day, my daughter was 8 months and 3 weeks pregnant, and she didn't tell me that she was pregnant until that day. So my wife and I were kind of ecstatic. We're having our 3rd grandchild on our way.
Oh, congrats. That's awesome.
Yeah, and I've got some other news too. This past last Sunday, my mother passed away at 89.
Sorry to hear.
Yeah, I haven't been on lately because I've been taking care of stuff, and she was sick for a while and for about 2 weeks, and I didn't feel like coming on. I cried my eyes out already, and I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
It's just that I don't feel celebratory right now. So if I seem to drag things down, guys, kick me in the ass, please.
Pick you up.
Yeah.
Dude, it's a thing we all have to go through. You know, we all have older parents. My mom's still here, and she got diagnosed with a stage 4 not all that long ago, and so we're struggling with that. Dad's been gone a long time, but God, you know, we're here to help out and do what we can. I feel for you, brother. I really do.
Yeah. That's why I didn't want Meyer to leave yet, because even though he's so far away in Alberta, Canada, I consider all you guys, especially Richie, because Rich and we talk a lot, you know, and I want to make sure. I want to make sure that
Take a deep breath, Hector.
Yeah, we're all here for you, buddy.
So the one thing you got to keep in mind is with your parents, they were like mine. You know, they were together their entire lives. So to be
yeah,
apart is what was the worst thing for them.
yep.
And now they're not. So, you know,
Oh,
that's
I know. As a matter of fact, my mom was she got COVID on the 12th, and I guess she beat it because um, she had more pneumonia than she had anything else. And but when I visited her, they allowed me inside the room with her for the last few hours, and when I saw her before she went to the hospital was 14 days ago on Tuesday. And I got tested again because I saw her on Sunday. And then the baby's due any day between now and the 19th. So I'm quarantined at my mom and dad's house. So that's the other part that is kind of like, you know, the best of memories, and it's all quiet now.
it's tough place to be, but luckily you have that option, or you'd be stuck somewhere unfamiliar and
Right.
on your own.
I mean, I've been lurking a lot of you guys' streams, and I just didn't feel like bringing you guys down because I had good news, and it's almost bittersweet, you know, at the same time that you know that my mom is gone to a better place, and I got a lot of family support right now. My brother-in-laws, especially. I mean, my sister-in-laws. I have 4 brother-in-laws, and each of my sister-in-laws would come by and since they can't come in the house, and they leave the food in front of the house, and I mean, I've been eating like a pig, but I just, you know, I came on because I saw the 3 of you guys on here, and I said maybe I should come on and just have a little talk with you guys,
Really
just, you
glad you
know,
did,
tell
man.
you the good news and the sad news.
It really helps to get it
Yeah,
out.
it does.
Mhm.
And like I told
I
you
mean,
before, Hector, you can call me anytime, day or night. Doesn't matter what
yes, sir.
time it is.
Yes, sir. That's one thing about me and Rich. I don't know if we're simpatico in our spirit or our tastes or our curiosities, our, you know, interests. I mean, this man and I, we talked until one time I got on the phone with him at 9 o'clock in the evening, and I saw the sun come up and make breakfast afterwards. It was 7 a.m. and we did that several times.
I
Yep.
believe it.
It was fun. It was fun.
And
There
I
wasn't a
figure
subject we didn't cover.
we're probably family and just don't know it.
Probably so. Probably so. But I didn't want you to leave yet, Myers, until I shared my
Oh,
my
yeah.
up and down.
Well,
Yeah.
I know you're
'Cause-
going to feel better soon. And especially once you get that new grandbaby, that's really going
oh
to,
God.
that's really going to seal the deal.
Yeah. I haven't seen them in almost a month. So I'm already ask Rich. Him and I talk about our grandkids like they were like superstars to us, you know, and they are.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that, you know, my daughters are very beautiful, but pregnant, oh my gosh, they're just ridiculously beautiful. I think pregnant ladies have a glow about them, and you can see that inner love smile that they have knowing what's coming. And, you know, to be able to create life like that is just simply amazing. It means the absolute world to me. I can't imagine what it feels like to a mother. So pretty cool stuff.
I was watching quite a few streams, um, and it's kind of fun in a way too, just to sit back and listen. And while I was working on my coins, um, I got some Christmas coins. One was a 1945. Trying to remember which date it is. It's a war nickel, and it's an MS-65. Then I got two half rolls of 1913 to 1938 Apmex Buffalo nickels, and then I got three BU coins. I'm sorry, rolls BUs from Apmex, a 58, 57, and a 56. One of them is a Philadelphia, the other ones are D's, no S's. And I think the last one I got also was the slab, the coins, three. That's it. That's three. That's all of it. It was pretty good though. I was surprised.
Yeah, we
Hey,
were just
Darren, you
talking
said you're doing
about how
pretty good on
moving
that.
in all different areas. We should all be buying more rolls of coins. At least me and Darren.
Well, silver
Get
dropped
more of this Canadian stuff.
before Sunday. Silver went down $2. Now it's only at 25.03. Last time I checked.
I'm glad that doesn't make any difference to me at all.
Yeah, somebody had asked me what it would take for me to sell, and even if it shot up to 40 or so, most of my coins are worth a little bit more than that, so it just doesn't really mean a whole
You're
bunch.
being modest. You're being modest, Rich. You got some really nice coins.
I think so too. Modesty, one of the nice
Yeah.
qualities.
All right, guys. I'm gonna hit the button.
Hey,
Hey, take care.
I'll tell you one thing. Rich showed me some doors that he made. How tall were those doors, Rich?
I think they were 20 feet, 20 or
Castle
25.
doors.
Oh, Myers. See you later. Did he leave?
Yeah, we lost him.
Oh, we lost him. Okay.
He was waving by, sort of, kind of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those were all hand select Honduras mahogany.
Yeah. Wow.
I think they were 3 inches thick, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the one thing I've had a lot of fun. You know, I got to do all the high-end winery owners and their private homes, private tasting rooms, as in areas nobody got to see unless we're a big wig in the industry. And got to crack some bottles open, and I've got so many signed bottles. I've got those big giant bottles that are all signed by not just the owners and the makers, but the chemists and the guys that are the most important part of that are the ones that are, you know, the chemists. They're the ones that are picking the perfect time to make those wines what they are. So I always wanted everybody to sign the bottles. I'll have to show those sometimes because I forget what they are. They're the bottles that are like 2.5 feet tall.
Yeah.
They're all leaded or waxed. So I did so much for the Pine Ridge, and the Opus wines was one of my favorites. I have a full collection of the Opus, full run. Used to drink it for just having a nice dinner with my family. So now they're like $300 to $400 a bottle. And it wouldn't have mattered. I'd still would have cracked them.
What are they for, anyway?
Yep, absolutely. Well, I consider, because I am a collector of things, so collecting runs of the wines is kind of neat. Not a whole bunch of people get to do it unless you're in the industry. So just being a woodworker who likes, because wine's not my preference. I'm definitely more of a tequila person and that kind of stuff, but having a really nice cut of meat and having family or doing Christmas or Thanksgiving. Yeah, it's nice to have something special. Just like my Christmas dinner, we went to one of the better restaurants, and I bought everybody dinner, and I had a $50 skirt steak. Oh my gosh, this thing melted in your mouth. It was just wonderful. And do I normally pay that much? No, of course not. But for Christmas, yeah. And I tried to talk a few others into it, but everybody's scared to spend my money.
Yeah.
It's like, don't be silly. Enjoy yourself. Get what you think you want. My grandkids will do it, but my daughters won't, and their husbands won't.
Rich, you said that you had some habanero chicken. What was it, enchiladas? Or what did you?
Yeah,
What was it?
habanero. I do a habanero chicken, and then the leftovers I turn into enchiladas, chicken and cheese. Yeah.
Because my wife makes a. It's not hot. It's just tastier. She uses a lot of powders in a green chili sauce, tomatillo. One time she made it hot, and I don't know. I don't know if she put the wrong chili in or the right chili, because I like it a little bit spicy, and it came out pretty good. But the only thing is I put cracked pepper sometimes on my enchiladas.
Yeah,
And it can be any kind of cracked pepper.
I had to stop doing the crushed ones because they were starting to affect me a little bit. But yeah, I still cook with the peppers.
Did you ever say "come on, ice cream"?
I have before, yeah.
Oh, okay.
When we have like a special party with the Mexican side of the family, they do those things, and at the beginning, I would be careful what I would pick because it just didn't sound right. And then I learned better that I need to just trust them and try anything. If the whole family's flocking to it, I better pay attention because I'm going to miss out.
Wow.
So.
That's funny because that's what I was thinking while I was making my sandwich. I got myself a couple of pieces of sourdough bread, and in this house, if there's a loaf of sourdough bread out and you don't get yourself some, you very well may not get any.
You got to go to San Francisco and pick up the sourdough bread over there. Off of Pier 39. Oof.
Yeah, we have a couple restaurants in Napa Valley that are just ridiculous when it comes to the special breads, and that's one thing I've always been hooked on. My family used to make bread all the time. That's the only way we had it, and fresh hot bread out of the oven. Oh, there's nothing like it.
You guys got that place, Cobb's Bread? It's a chain. Out of curiosity, anywhere near you?
Cobb's
COBS, Cobb's.
No.
Yeah, I don't recognize it.
Cool. I didn't know if it was Canada chain, local chain, national chain, whatever. It's definitely a chain of bakeries.
Hey, Rich. Pays the Benji says you got to try jalapeno bacon and green olives and ice cream. Don't knock until you tried it. And potato chips.
Yeah, I learned a long time ago. I don't question anything when it comes to foods. I personally have some really oddball things I do, and it's funny because one of the things I do is with the Worcestershire sauce. I like putting certain really bright cheeses with it and let it soak for a while, and then use it for like putting on top of garlic breads. Or cut breads and put it in the cuts and bake your bread. Oh, it just turns out to be just wonderful. But I just found out that Worcestershire sauce is actually an anchovy paste base.
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Sauce.
Is that like a soy sauce?
Well, it looks like a soy sauce, but it has more of a barbecue style flavor to it. There's a lot of caramels and some oddball flavors to it, but it's a fermented fish sauce. But it certainly doesn't taste like fish at all. So, and I use it in all kinds of stuff. I use it in my barbecue sauces. I use it in some of my dry rubs. I'll put a little bit of that on to help the dry rub stay on, and it's got a really bright flavor that's really good. It's kind of like a almost like the brightness of a vinegar, but not vinegar.
That must be kind of strange because I really like only very few ice creams, and one is cookies and creams and vanilla.
Yeah, one of the best ice creams I've ever had was homemade. We were camping, and everybody took turns with this old ice cream maker spinning the handle, and we took our time and really, churned it for a long time, and then we had put Oreo cookies in it, and oh my gosh, I don't care for cookies and cream ice cream, but to this day, I don't think I've had anything better. It was so good. But things seem to taste better when you're camping.
Always.
Oh, heck yeah.
They say the Cubans have it on us, that their ice cream down there is pretty awesome.
I like a lot of the Cuban stuff. I love the way they do their meats and stuff. And they have a much different way of cooking things. Like on hanging skewers or on the side of the pans. And it's pretty neat. And great flavors. I always like the flavors.
It's almost like when I was visiting a family, and they were from different parts of Mexico. And you can tell the cooking that was from my family didn't resemble any of the cooking that, I mean, there were similarities, tortillas and beans like that, but the flavors were so much different, and the chilies were so much different. It's like Veracruz versus, Oaxaca, and Mexico City versus Guadalajara or Sonora, or even going to the southern Baja California. They mostly do chicken and fish only. They don't raise too much beef in the Baja California part.
Mm.
So a lot of their foods are a lot different.
Yeah, I know I get a lot of benefit from chocolate, with my doctor restricting me on my pain medication so much these days. He's hacked it again on me. And if it wasn't for the dark chocolate that I eat heavily when I'm having my withdrawals, I wouldn't be getting through it very easy. But it completely knocks it in the head. And I try to tell as many people as I can. So many people are addicted to the prescription stuff, and it's a really easy way to help you control it.
Yeah, really? I never thought chocolate could do that.
Yeah, I do a dark chocolate mix for chocolate milk, and I down a glass so fast. One of my grandsons said, "Papa, you are gonna hurt yourself drinking it that fast." Mommy says, it's like, yeah, I know. Mommy's already talked to me.
Now, the chocolate that you get, Rich, is it imported or is it just local or what?
No, it's Mexican.
Oh, okay.
It's imported. It's something that the family gets me. It's nothing that is available in this area. You'd have to travel down there to get it. They get it because they import a lot of stuff themselves.
Oh, okay. Because I know what you're talking about. Because the chocolates that I used to get from Mexico, when my aunts come up, as a matter of fact, I think one of my aunts is coming up from Mexico. I told her she told me what I wanted her to bring, and I said anything that's almond and chocolate, and so she's gonna bring that.
Yeah, I love the hazelnuts in chocolate. Always loved hazelnuts.
Okay, remind me what a hazelnut looked like. Is that the? Well, that's the.
See, I couldn't even tell you that part because everything I get's already crushed.
Oh,
I
okay.
will take any nuts and chocolate together. You put nuts and chocolate together, you got me. I'm with you.
Okay, here's a question then. What it has peanuts in it and has chocolate? What's the name of the bar?
Mr.
Oh,
Goodbar.
that's not. Oh, that's, I forgot about that one. I was thinking about.
There's,
The
I was
there's
thinking
the
about.
original.
Reese peanut butter cup. There's the O. Henry. There's the Sweet Marie. There's the Snickers bar. There's
I've never heard of Sweet Marie.
might be Canadian Cadbury.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, of course the almond joys and those things for the other nuts, but peanuts.
I love
There's a couple
peanuts and
that we're
chocolate.
missing here. Baby Ruth and wait, I think Baby Ruth is something else.
What about the Butterfinger?
Butterfinger? No.
Oh, that's one of my favorites though. They make them in these little bite-sized candies. Oh, they are fantastic if you can find them.
Almond
So-
Joy.
Yeah, almond joys and the mounds are one of my favorites. I love coconut.
Yep.
I used to cook a lot with coconut.
Almond Joy's got
Coconut
nuts.
milk I
Mounds
use a
don't.
lot. One of my neighbors lost her a few years ago, but they grew almonds for Blue Diamond. Oh, the almond toffee and roca that she made, and then she made her own almond milk, and just amazing stuff. I just waited. I'd do them so many favors through the years, and then come Christmas, I'd get this nice big package, and it's like, yeah.
Yeah, I think we missed one of the biggest peanut bars that there is. Payday. Penny's
Oh, yeah.
Delengi's offering up Payday.
Do they sell a bar that looks like peanut brittle?
Yeah, Heath Bar.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
I never had a
What was that?
Peanuts with like peanut brittle,
Yeah,
but it's a
call
bar.
there's not
Almond
peanuts
bark.
because it's all brittle,
Uh-huh.
covered in chocolate.
Almond
Oh,
bark.
okay.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I like those.
Oh yeah, peanut brittle is deadly. I love peanut brittle. It's peanuts in a carrying case. I love them.
Yeah, and there's some really gourmet ones. Boy, if you like the peanut brittle that much, you need to try some of the mixed ones because when they mix almonds and hazelnuts and peanuts together and make that up, oh, it's phenomenal.
You know what though? Truth is, I don't need more expensive tastes. I really don't. You know what I mean? If I can get by with the mundane and think it's good, I'm probably best left right there.
I think I pay the same price for my peanut brittle and those, so it's not a price thing. So, and I do have more expensive palette sometimes, but no, I can fall back on just basic candy bars pretty easy.
Oops.
I miss some of the old stuff. I was a gum guy, apple gum, and I used to buy the little bricks when I was a kid in the first of the 60s. And, it'd be a couple pennies to get the big old ropes of apple gum. And I miss that stuff.
I used to remember the foot long, or even the 3 foot ones. You can get a handful for a penny. Now you can't even get a 6-inch. What are those pixie straws? Remember the pixie?
Oh, yeah, those are 10 and 20 cents now.
Yeah, I'm going. My gosh, I used to remember paying 10 cents for a 3-foot one.
Yep. Yeah, I used to eat those all the time.
I'd come home and my tongue would be green, and my mom would say, if I had given you any money, you'd probably buy lunch, but I know you didn't need it buy lunch because your tongue is green. I would save my money for lunch, and I would save it after school, and I would eat candy.
No, I just got in trouble today for my granddaughter. It's funny, she bought for her lunch those hot Cheetos. And
Oh,
she had asked if anybody had gotten into it. And I don't know why I felt guilty and didn't say anything, but I did. And when nobody said anything, she said, "Papa, let me see your fingers." It's like, oh crap, I'm busted. Show my fingers. Yep, my fingers are red. It's like, oh, you know what? I guess I did get into those. So I only ate a couple. Yeah, I love the hot Cheetos. She does the hot fries, and oh, those are really good.
Do you guys know that channel Ginger in Japan?
No, there's the candy I like.
Bawonas or Maynards? What
I
is
haven't
it?
ever seen those. Wine gum.
A wine gum. You mean there's actual alcohol in there?
No. Wouldn't that be wonderful? No, but
Well,
my favorite flavor is black, which is kind of the black licorice, black currant, actually more of a black currant kind of thing. And when I opened this roll, I started off with a black one. I'm like, yeah, my favorite. And before I got through there, and I ate all the rest of them already, I just laid out that there was at least 6 black ones in this roll. This roll was tailor-made for me. And there it is.
Okay, Darren, I got a question for you. Why'd Billie Eilish show up on there? Are you an Eilish listener?
Why did Billie Eilish show up on there? Where did she show up?
When you were showing this picture of the gum, it flashed for a second and showed 2 artists. One was Billie Eilish.
Well, that would have been a little bit by mistake, though I do like Billie Eilish, and I do like it whenever I hear her song in commercial, because I say, right on, you did good, you made that.
So my grandkids give me a hard time for listening to it. They say I'm too old, but they would have laughed if they saw some of the old timers that were at some of the concerts I went to. There's no age in music. Sorry.
you know, even when I was teaching high school, a lot of the kids would hear, my music playing is, wow, you like AC/DC, Deep Purple? You really like those guys? I said, I saw them in concert. No way.
Yeah, it's funny because my grandkids watched the show about Queen, and I told them, they showed that concert being so hot and everybody so involved. She said, was it really like that? It's like, oh my gosh, you have no idea. He just sunk everybody into his level for music, and you were just memorized and hypnotized by his music. He was amazing, but there was a lot of them that did it. AC/DC did it. And simple ones like Joe Walsh and even Hagar. Hagar was a great performer. I know most people don't like the fact he ended up in Van Halen, but it was a good choice. He was a performer. He was a great on stage person. He used to do free concerts here in my area, and he did a song called Red. And when he did Red, the police used to have to calm everybody down because everybody'd start stomping, and it was great.
I like Sammy Hagar for Sammy Hagar. When he joined Van Halen, that band is Van Hagar.
Yep. Yeah, and that's what we always called them. So, and I went to so many concerts, I couldn't even tell you how many. It was more than a couple hundred. I was very lucky. There was a buddy of mine that worked he ran security for the entire place, but then he ran part of backstage, and he'd always give me backstage passes if I would come help on the security part, because he knew I could handle myself and keep it calm and just help people leave when they didn't want to and stuff, and redirect them easy and not make any commotions. And so it was great. I was back there, and we had all the big bands went through this place. It only had, I think it had 800 people max, but most of the shows were a little bit smaller than that. And the performers would just get so personable with the crowd because of being a smaller crowd. And oh, it was great. And I'd be backstage talking to these guys, and I was so shell shocked I could hardly talk to them. I was shaking and all this stuff. Every time. It didn't matter how many times I got a chance to do it. I was just so starstruck. But it was great. I loved it.
And those guys were around a guy like you, and like if you weren't freaking out around them, they were like, "Thank God, somebody who isn't brain dead." Yeah, no, we can have, you can meet these people, but when they start to get famous and people start to, throng them, that's just like the end of the world half the time. That sucks so much when you achieve that. It's like not a good deal, not part of the good deal part.
Yeah, I was always yes sir, no sir. They're like, stop it, and tell me their first name to use their first name, and it's like, yes sir. It was tough, but it was a lot of fun. And we had a couple problems backstage a couple times, and I'm not a bigger guy, but I'm pretty good at handling people, and so I was always one of the first people they'd call, because most people weren't threatened by me, and then they'd end up forced to walk out without wanting to, and people liked that being handled that way instead of people, fighting and brawling and stuff, and nobody wanted that backstage because they had their families back there. So a lot of
Cooler
fun.
heads must prevail.
So every day on the Green Amp, and man, I was at just about every single one for every day. I just loved the Day on the Greens. Were really fun. So, and I saw even people like Rod Stewart and Stevie Nicks. Oh, the two of them together was really cool. They were great singers. Most people didn't like him, but he was a great singer. He had tons of great songs, and that's what I don't care what kind of people they are, and they're what type of sexual person they are. That none of that matters to me, and never has. And in fact, my best friends through high school were all gay, and in fact, some of the females were some of the toughest females I'd ever met. But yeah, that stuff never meant nothing to me. If somebody was a true person and true to heart, that's the kind of person I kind of stayed around. And you could hear that in like Tom Petty's songs. He was definitely a lover, and you could tell in their songs. And Stevie Nicks, oh my gosh, that girl could sing. Listening to Heart, those guys, I miss all that. And there's a lot of good singers today, but I've gotten kind of stuck in a lot of that. And I just, I listen to all my old stuff.
I was thinking about a turntable recently, how it would be nice to sort of have some old vinyl, and where mine went, and I have no idea where, but nostalgia, can't dive into everything.
I still have all mine, and I have my dad's. And my dad was a rock and roller from the start. And well, that's the reason why I was going to concerts when I was so little, was because of them. And, a good weekend when he was home was when all the windows were opened in the house, the stereo was blasting, and we were either working on the car or washing the cars or working on the yard, and always had the music blaring. So
long since I've really turned up a good stereo, I must say.
The one home I had was built around my stereo. So I had just for one speaker, it had 4 12-inch. It had a 32-inch Altec Lansing horn with a 5-pound magnet, and then had a row of piezo tweeters. That was just one speaker. I had 2 of them set up because this was before quad really happened. but I also had 2 backups, and then subwoofer before they did subwoofers, and I was running a 1500 watt peak amplifier that was oh shoot, I'm not gonna remember the name of my stereo. I built a lot of my stereos, and then this one was what I would have built. So, and I didn't have the time to be building because it took a lot of time to build those stereos. But yeah, I did a lot of the Dynaco, and I loved all that stuff. That speaker that I was just telling you about was 6.5 feet tall. So, and I built them. I in fact built speakers for a while, PA systems and stuff for bands, and did really good. One of the bands tested it by putting up a real quality microphone and tapped a oxygen tank because they were a band out of an ambulance group, and oh my gosh, it just about deafened us.
So what was the thing? But you lost me when you said tapped an oxygen tank. How did that come into play?
They were testing the speakers to make sure they performed well, and they had already, played some instruments and stuff, and then they tapped that tank to hear the high ends, and it was sharp.
Well, when you mean tap the tank, you mean physically strike the tank?
Yeah, with the wrench.
To hear it ring. Okay.
Yeah, to hear that tone as the tank is silencing down, that long tone.
I'm not familiar with that sound actually, but I can understand what kind of tone it might make.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. It's like using a tuning fork, basically. Pretty cool. Cracked me up, caught me off guard. Yeah, I'll show. I've got pictures of it because I sold them a long time ago when I had to, stop living for a while. Life changed pretty hard on me there for a while when I first went down with my hip problem. So couldn't move any of my stuff around, and just easier.
Whenever we had anything serious to do that required a real PA, we would call a company called Rocky Mountain Sound. That was the local guys who had the big PA systems. If it was small enough of a gig that you would consider lugging the PA yourself, then the local store is like Long and McQuaid, which is like a Guitar Center except like 10 times better.
Yeah.
You can just they rent to everybody. You can get a good revolving account so long as you haven't screwed them over. Basically, you don't even really have to have credit. They let me open mine up as a teenager, and I've been working it ever since. I always have something on the account. Right now, I have one last payment on this condenser microphone that I'm using right now, and then it'll be 100% mine. And we're pretty tight right now, so I probably won't pick out another piece of gear for a while, but as soon as things become a little more liquid, I'll get, some other $35 or $40 or $50 payment max each month and pick out some new piece of gear that I'll slowly pay for. I know it's costs money to do that, but you know what? I always have some kind of new gear.
Yeah, and I do it simply because I'm kind of a tightwad spending my money. And even though I'm losing money doing it that way, I buy things I wouldn't normally buy because of their price and making smaller payments. I just like it. I've always done that. Open pennies to Benji's. I'll check out your video. And you're talking about Sammy Hagar being better before Van Halen. Oh, I actually talked to him many, many times. I worked backstage where he used to perform for Napa Valley, and he was just a super guy, a bit of a partier in a hardcore way, but just a real decent person. He was one of those guys that if he saw, the crowd starting to have, a fight break out or any females being messed with, all he'd have to do is point for us, and we knew what he was doing and would take care of it. He was a real decent guy. So that's the one lucky thing I got is, man, I got to meet so many of those people. But now, out of all of them, I talked to probably him more than anybody else, just because it was before he was anybody. This was before Red got famous, and I really don't know his career that well, but I know he was performing there, I believe, in the very first of the 70s, and he was just a super guy. And just an amazing voice. Really fun to watch him grow. Yeah, one of my favorite places to be, backstage. Because what a lot of people don't realize is...
Hey, Rich.
These people
Rich.
were... Yeah. Uh-oh. Mute him.
Yeah. We got him again. Look at that.
I just mute him and wait to listen for him. What most people don't realize is most of these stars are so worried about what you think about their singing that they're in near panic going through some of their shows. And they go backstage asking, you know, how they do and stuff. And it's like, it's sad to see such amazing people question themselves the way they did. And of course, I'm sure that was just in the beginning parts of it, but I saw it quite a bit. It was like, I'd almost be in tears talking to them saying, oh man, it's amazing. What a wonderful song. And da, 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 da. Because I'm a very sympathetic listener. I can hear the reasons why those songs were written. And normally it's because of love or heartbreak. And you can certainly tell which, and fun stuff. Like my best friend's girl was at the Police, I think. That I love that song.
That's a Cars.
Cars. I related to that one really well, unfortunately, a few times in my life. And I'm a very respectful guy, but flashy eyes from friends, girlfriends, it's like, oh, don't do that to me.
I don't mind you coming here and wasting all my time.
Yeah,
but when you're standing oh so near, I kinda lose my mind. Yeah. It's not the perfume that you wear. It's not the ribbons in your hair. Well, you slept through that.
Yeah, I've got all those albums. I've got all my original Led Zeppelins, and I listened to Alice Cooper and Iggy Pop, and I listened to some of the really crazy stuff that a lot of people didn't like, and the beginning of the punk stuff, and I loved it all. At 12 and 13 years old, my grandfather would show up to spend a couple weeks with us, and he was really into sound. In fact, he was used to work on TVs for wards, and he actually invented a tube that was going to completely change the tube televisions, and then transistors happened and it was no longer wanted. But he would bring his favorite, he built pipe organs. The one in Old Sacramento, it was a 45-foot tall, one of the tallest in the country, pipe organ, and he built it just so he could play it. That way, he loved getting to play it. And he would bring me all this orchestrated music and organ stuff, and made me a promise that, you know, if I listened to his favorites, that he would listen to mine, and I'd be playing like Black Sabbath, and I loved Ozzy Osbourne, and of course the Cars and Van Halen stuff I was playing for him, and he loved it. He'd end up with albums, you know, going home with my albums, and I'd have to replace them, but it was great. I loved that, and the orchestrated stuff. I fell in love with a lot of that music, and still have an ear for it. There's a lot of stuff that I listen to that's orchestra. So, and all varieties. It doesn't matter if it's foreign, different languages. It doesn't matter if it sounds good, has a lot of heart to it. You can feel it.
I want to share you this one lady I've come across on YouTube. You mentioned pipe organ, and it happens to be maybe my favorite instrument. Maybe my absolutely favorite instrument of all instruments that have ever been invented so far. I love an instrument that you've got to go to. It can't come to you.
Yep.
And this is, I'll show you this. I really enjoy this. Hopefully this will come.
Well, and that's not completely true because they actually made pump organs that were made to go in the wagons back in the 1800s. And I actually had my grandfather, he rebuilt a lot of that stuff. And then I had uncles that did that too, rebuilding some of the antique organs and stuff. The pump organs, oh, they have beautiful sound. They're just amazing. Not quite the pipe organ, but if you had to travel with something, they were amazing. So I
wonder what something like that would be like out in the open, where the building is so much the instrument when you're playing a pipe organ. I mean, the whole building, and that's the thing with a full-on pipe organ. The building is the instrument. Let me see if I can't just get this happening here, though.
Well, it had a bit of like a bellows to it, so it was somewhat directional. You were supposed to push it up against the wall so that it could reverb off of the wall. But yeah, pipe organs, and I agree with you. And now some of the ones my grandfather played, they had like 6 different layers of keyboards and just ridiculous. It was pretty cool to watch him play. And my family has been writing music for years.
Hey, so to share this, okay, no, I could done. Well, no, I should probably do it that way. Let me just stop that.
Oh, you've met Sammy Hagar too? Cool. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I was just a young kid at the time, and music was, when I was in my worst or my best, it was enhanced by music. Of course, it goes both directions, though. Real sad songs can take you the directions you don't need to go when you're already headed that way.
By the way, this gal's name is Diane Bish, Bish.
The Domkirche, or main church of Trier, Germany, contains one of the grand organs in the country. Although the original organ dated to the 14th century, today the Swallow's Nest organ, so named because of its precipitous position high on the church wall, stands in its place. The organ, built by the Kleiss Organ Builders in 1974, contains 4 manuals and 67 registers. The organ was built to the glory of God and His kingdom, for use in both worship and concert.
like
Yeah,
the rock star of this.
Yeah, I've seen that one. I've seen a few of them with her.
She's like the Led Zeppelin of pipe organ. I love her. I don't know if she's still with us, but the stuff that I may every time I see her play, I just fall in it. Love
Yeah,
it.
I love that kind of stuff. I did a lot of research in the day, going through some of them, trying to see how big some of those pipes got. But yeah, pretty
Oh.
cool stuff.
Yeah, those lower registries and the longest. I mean, the longest ones they're incorporated into the buildings, through the floors of the buildings, literally to the ceilings from the basement. You know, is what kind of lengths am I thinking? I'm in my head. I'm thinking stuff like 32 feet.
Yeah, the ones my grandfather did were just under 50 feet, and they're some of the tallest ones around, supposedly. But the articles and stuff are very old, so I'm sure they've gotten bigger.
Oh, here comes the Googler. Longest pipe organ pipe. I know that's a thing people know about.
Very cool, Pennies to Benjis. Yeah, that's a little bit of music you have there. Over 5,045s, 3,000 LPs. Yeah, I just have a small collection, but it's all stuff I personally bought back in the 60s and 70s for most of it. So, and I used to get the master recordings because of having a higher fidelity equipment. And Pennies to Benjis, is that a phonograph recording machine that you're showing? I couldn't listen to it while we were doing the stream, but it looked like one of the recording record machines. Yeah. Oh, and I've got pictures of it being built and stuff for some of the pipe organs he did. My uncles used to maintain them because as my grandfather got older, he ended up with a lot of issues. Alzheimer's being one of them, unfortunately. Yeah, that's such beautiful stuff.
There's the answer to question 1 there.
64 feet. Wow. I would have thought bigger, but I guess how big can you get before it starts losing its quality?
There it is, right? There's your next answer.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
See, this is where I'm saying when I ran into one that was 32, that's what I was. It is right. It's a proper multiple. It was twice as long as a standard unit, and it was really awesome. Here it is, right there.
Yep.
Yeah, I've heard in person a 32, and it was just gorgeous.
Yeah, and I went to the Sacramento one with my grandfather, and he played it many times. So, and people would just fill the church and just go silent.
Well, not too many people are even allowed to touch the thing, much less play it. Never mind. You know what? There are lots of people who are allowed to, not mean lots, there are more people that are allowed to play it than are allowed to touch it. And what I mean by that is, I know people who were sat down at it and told, you can play it, but don't adjust anything, don't touch nothing.
Yeah.
You can,
absolutely.
you can play the keys. Yeah. You know what you're doing, you're a fool to mess with a pipe organ.
Yep, and some of the pedals are adjustable and stuff, and boy, that you just don't touch any of that stuff. So, oh, no audio.
Who, for me?
Yep, I hear you now.
I might not have I've got a little bit of a gate on, but it's really small. I didn't think that would hold me back, but fair enough.
Adjust your gate.
I put a little compression on it too for the hell of it, actually. Quite a bit more than I normally have, just for the hell of it, to see what it sounds like. It's got
Yeah,
some effect.
Fallen out of touch with some of that. You know, I used to do video and audio editing analog, and so you know you had to know all that stuff, and you know which dial to go, how far you were, you know, where you were limited at and stuff. And now with the digital stuff, I've just kind of fallen out of it, and too many options, and can't keep enough of it in memory to remember, you know, what the limits were.
It almost makes it easier for the people who never jam their head with the other information ahead of time. Because
Yeah,
this time around it's easier, and ideas you've had before can as easily get in the way of what's right as provide the right answer. Like, one of the keyest things, as you know, is levels. And levels in the digital world completely different than levels in the analog world.
yeah, and same thing with video. Levels is a group of settings being able to be adjusted all at once. Contrast and brightness and all that has a small key into the levels, and it's one that I go to a lot because I know my sweet spots for that, but it's not the traditional. Yeah, I had a lot of fun doing all the editing stuff. I still have some of my editors. I had real high-end Sony editors that were basically computers, but all they did was editing, and it was before the computers even really started getting into that part of it. And it was made for analog stuff. It wasn't digital yet. I've got color. Um, oh, let's see if I can show that. Just a second. Let me take a picture of one of the pieces I still have up on my desk. So there's one of my analog editors. And a real nice ES amplifier that thing hasn't been shut off in 10 years. That's my 7.1 surround sound. But yeah, that's my analog editor. That's the one I used for color. It's a great editor. Allows me to fade and do some simple wipes and that kind of stuff before digital came along.
You still have that?
Yeah, that's sitting in my desk.
Oh. Speaking of video, do you have that address of that place that has the Video 8 players? Remember,
Yeah,
Rich?
and I was going to go over that with you because personally, I think you should just rent one. You could rent one for a month and save yourself some money and get a nicer one, so better quality and a little more where it's doing all the work itself, so you don't have to do so much.
You can actually rent one? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Yeah, and that way you don't have to put in that kind of an investment. You'll still be paying, probably $300 or $400, but it will allow you to do all of your stuff and do it with the machine you won't be able to buy.
Oh, that would be cool then.
Yeah, it's a better way of going. I realized it after our conversation, so I'm glad you mentioned it because I had forgotten to tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Did they got anything for us poor bastards that recorded on Digital 8?
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about. It actually gives you the options of the digital 8 and high 8. They can all go into the same machine, which I really like because then you don't need a bunch of different decks.
Well, let's
And,
figure it out. I'm up here in Canada, then I don't know if they'll help me.
Yeah, they will. They go nationwide or continent.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
on the continent.
Well, I like to get that machine then.
Okay, yeah, I'm about to get the one that I was telling you about probably at the end of this month. So I will do a little research for you and figure out which
Yeah.
one's best for you. But let me
No,
know any
I found out that.
oddballs,
I'm sorry.
any oddball tapes that you have, so we can make sure you're covered for all of them.
Right, because it's mine are. I only have one high 8, and the rest are video 8s.
Okay.
I have about 35 videos, and they're all full.
Yeah, that won't take you very long. See, I've got boxes of them with hundreds of tapes per box. And that's per format. So I have the high 8s, I have the digital 8s. Yeah. So I even have a whole big old giant box of film, the film reels. In fact, one of them I'm really anxious to see. It's Hawaii 1950 by my Marine uncle, who got to be there for a while. And Hawaii 1950 was a whole nother Hawaii.
Wow.
Hector, are you using your computer or your phone? Your computer, right?
His phone.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm using my phone.
You're using your phone. Okay.
He's not at home right now.
Oh, right. Of course. I knew, and I knew that. I knew that. Sorry.
My mom and dad don't have internet.
Never needed it. I'm anxious to try something, and what it is this. When I'm doing a stream, I want to send you my email address and my StreamYard logon. And then how you join my stream is not the normal way by the link that I give other people, but by the exact same StreamYard logon. And when you log on, you will have the same controls as I do. We will both be producers in the stream. So if one was to go away, the other would still have full control of the show. As long as you know, and that StreamYard's logon, that is fleeting. It only lasts for a few days. So I mean, you might even be able to get it changed on command. I don't know, but I know for sure that it only lasts for a few days, and then it asks me to get a fresh one. So I'm not too concerned about the sharing of it. And the email address is, you're not giving away your email address password, just your email address for this function. So it strikes me as reasonably secure, and with a guy like you, fully secure. And it's something I want to try. So whenever you feel up to that, it's the way I would like to do streaming. I would like to do a tandem show with another operator as well who has full controls.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
It's easier that way. Why not? Every good plane has a pilot and a co-pilot, especially when souls are on the line.
Right.
Not that any are.
Hey, History Man.
Right on. Oh,
You
I
have
heard a shudder.
You caught me.
Hey, Rich. History Man wants to know if you have an 8mm projector.
Yeah, that's why I was taking a picture. Just a second. I'll show you my editor.
I had to show you my dad's camera.
Did you make your digital camera have a analog sound for a shutter?
Here's my editor.
Is that a reel-to-reel?
Yeah, it's 8mm.
Wow.
That's the only way I've ever seen my parents' wedding video on an editor.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. And a neat way to do it because it's you don't have to worry about the heat or any of that stuff. And
well, I saw Richie's hand.
yeah, I'm not sticking my face over there.
That's the closest. That's the closest anybody else has seen.
Well, actually, I forget who I was talking to the other day, and I was showing my light, and I thought I hit the stop camera, and he said he saw my shirt up to my neck, and then it went away. It's like, ooh, that was a close one, but it was Stern. So there was nobody else on his channel, and he said he'd make sure my face wasn't there, or he'd delete the stream.
Rich,
that was a close one.
When I saw your profile, was it just you and I talking that time?
Yeah, that was a private stream.
Yeah. Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I think you got to see my face by accident, and that's why we started chatting.
Yeah. Well, I didn't show myself either until I showed you. You showed me you, and I said, "It won't be fair," because I didn't feel right still being, because I was still new. I was really, really new. I didn't. So that's the reason why we got along so well, because we started really early.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but Rich is not a she.
Show me yours, I'll show you mine.
Oof. Yeah. As a matter of fact, I was looking at my dad's stash of film. He's got some 8mm film there too, and it's all celluloid. So I'm gonna make sure that those are preserved.
Now, what a lot of people don't realize is if they've been taken care of and kept out of heavy moisture,
and light,
a lot of them that didn't get developed can still be developed.
Hey, that reminds me. I found cleaning out one of the boxes up in the attic. It came from a party. I don't know what party. You know how they used to put cameras on each of the tables, and you take pictures of each other, at your table. There was like 24, or 36, just one-time use disposable cameras, and I found 30 of them up in the attic, and we've never developed them.
Oh,
and
nice.
Looked pretty old. Yeah, it looked pretty old. So,
the problem with those is because they were disposable, they're using cheaper films, and there might be some issues, but attics, not normally basements where you normally want to see that stuff, not the attic because of the heat.
Right.
But just send a couple of them in first and check to see if there's anything you can use.
Like a test run to make sure that some are.
Don't want to waste your money if the film's no good.
Hey, History Man.
Hey, Hector. You
How you doing?
Troy, by the way.
I can call you what?
Troy. You remember?
Oh, okay. I remember.
Yeah. I just haven't seen you guys in a while. That's why I decided to come up.
No, that's cool.
Yeah, how you guys doing?
I'm doing
good.
well.
2021, we're all having fun.
That's good. That's good. I heard you guys talking about film too.
Well, yeah, because I found a whole bunch of video 8 when the kids were small back in the I would say 85, 86. So the video tapes are 25 years old. No, more. Okay. They're 35 years old. Ooh. Yeah, they're 35 years old.
Oh, wow.
Or less.
Thinking the numbers, just wow.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
my daughter's 36, and it's one of the ones that you used to put on your shoulder. You know, those are the VH ones,
Oh,
and then the
those.
handheld one, half the size of the VH was Video 8s, and then the Digital 8s came out, and after that I can't remember. Digital 8, and
Right.
after that I can't remember.
Now, when I was 10 to 12 years old, my grandfather started, well, I was a little bit younger when he started teaching me the dark room. But by 10 to 12 years old, he was allowing me to do what we called treasure hunting. And it was doing negatives that were like from the turn of the century or just a little prior. And it was all family pictures. So normally it was faces we could recognize and stuff. And they used medium and large format cameras back then. So some of the negatives were like up to 12 inches. A lot of fun, really neat experience, great memories with my grandfather. But the pictures that we did, because some of the pictures would be some of their, like when the family would get together to do their bear hunting and stuff like that. You'd see all these bears laid out that they had skinned and all their rifles lined up that the kids were going through cleaning, and the family doing these ridiculous dinners and barbecues and pretty neat stuff. Or processing the meat into sausage. It's something they did a lot with the bear, mixing it with some of the other meats. But that was what that's how I learned how to develop film. And it was pretty neat because almost 95% of what I developed was old family photos. They were about 70 to 80 years old.
Right. From that time.
Yeah, from the 60s.
From like the 60s. Yeah, that's pretty. You probably know more about film than I do, to be honest, Rich. So
Rich, you reminded me of something, and Troy, you did too. In going through my dad's stuff to put away, I found, I don't know what you guys call them in English, but when you go to a rosary or a wake, or you go to a funeral, you get these little cards that has their person's
a
name on
funeral
it.
card.
The what?
A funeral card.
That's
Yeah.
what you guys call them? Funeral cards? Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, so I went through my dad's stuff, like his little knickknacks, he's got a drawer full of knickknack stuff, like his watches that he bought, and and neckties and tie pins. I'm gonna start using tie pins again. Nobody uses tie pins anymore, but I'm gonna start using tie pins. And I went through his stuff, and then in the very, very back of the drawer, I found 4 stacks, or 3.5 really, about 3 inches thick. Nothing but, and I call them memoriam cards. Memorial cards that tells your the date of birth and some kind of scripture or something like that.
Right.
With a Saint in front, or Guadalupana, or Christ, or the Good Shepherd. And I found those stacks and stacks of them going. And my dad saved every one of his relatives or friends' funeral card.
Yeah, now they're called cabinet cards.
They're called what?
Cabinet cards is what when they have photos and everything on it. But when they're specific to the memorial, funeral, burial, then they were used, or those names were used to represent them.
And their pallbearers on there, and the priest or the officiating minister, where they're buried. It was a lot of information, just in those cards.
Yeah, and sometimes they were memorial cards that were made several years after they were gone. But family had gotten together and put together information and wanted to share it with, family and friends.
Because that's a good means of genealogy, that you could find people's names, but I don't have any pictures of the names of the people on there. So I took a few of the older cards from the 1930s, late 30s, like 38, 39. I found my great grandfather's card in there.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, 1935 he passed away.
Well, do yourself a favor and remind me if I'm sending you stuff where I'll get you the name of it. Is they make special conservative plastics to put those in that'll
Uh-huh.
make them last because
Yeah, because
keeping them in
some
a
of them are
stack will
some
dry them
are
out.
some of 'em
Yeah.
are already on the edges are getting a little yellow.
Yeah, and as soon as you see that, you know you've waited too long. But
Okay.
you can still preserve them from that point on.
Okay.
So
Okay.
how do you? So I have a bunch of them too that I've collected most of the time because I'm starting to like getting photography. So I'm kind of new to this. So how do you preserve? Wait, can you say that again? How do you preserve those cabinet cards?
They make special sleeves for them. They're
Mm-hmm.
just a non-corrosive. You know, it's a neutral material made for like photography films and stuff. Things that won't get messed with by the chemicals that they were bleached in, or you know the
Right.
gases that happen from certain plastics. You have to be really careful because like Ziplocs and those things, they're the cheapest you can get, and people keep such rare things in those, and it's sad because it's ruining them.
Mm.
You need to get stuff that's meant for conserving, and you can find that at like bnhphotoandvideo.com. They have a bunch of that stuff, but there's a lot of specific uh, photography stores that have it too. You just need to look up preservation or call and ask. Most of those guys, if you get to the guys that do that part of it, are pretty knowledgeable and they're up to date on what's new. And I'm not. My box of stuff is probably 15 years old that I'm still using to put stuff in, but it's still better than most of the stuff available.
Right. Right. And okay, that's pretty good information because right now I have them in the box.
Yeah, you can buy them in, if you got lots, you can buy them in like groups of thousands if you need to.
Yeah, yeah. If I ask you that, but I mean, right now I have a pretty small collection. I'm actually starting getting interested in old photography, so I'm starting getting interested on that. I think it's because you actually got me into it. I'm not too sure on it, but
Yeah, I do
I
it
do
for
like
my,
looking.
my old newspapers too, because the ink
Hey,
will
Rich.
slowly end up disappearing.
Oh
Hey, Rich.
yeah.
My
Do you remember the name of that the plastics sleeves for? Is it poly? No, the plastic that's for like coins and paper money and all that, and like for is it all the same as photography? Um,
well,
conservative sleeves.
the photography stuff is safe for it, but there's cheaper ways of going for the coins because they
Uh
don't
huh.
need the same protection.
Uh huh.
So, and most coins like silver and clad, they don't need nowhere near the protection that like copper does or
Right.
gold.
And so then the era of, let's say, photos from the 1920s versus the 1950s, is there a huge difference between the two types of development and the paper that's used and the processing that was done from the 20s and the 50s?
Well, yeah, the chemicals that they used in the older stuff definitely does mess with a lot of the plastics and stuff. But the big one is the negatives, because some of those negatives, like the ones for like our silent movies and the places that store those,
Uh-huh.
water, if they get wet, causes it to catch on fire.
Oh,
So that's why they are all in airtight, watertight containers for the most part. And people don't realize, and they come across those and they keep them in a semi damp area and cause their house to catch on fire.
Yeah.
There's silver was used to do most of the photos, so a lot of that is silver based. So you got to realize silver tarnishes. So if you don't protect things properly, you'll see that tarnishing happening in the photos. Same thing with the negatives. there's a lot to it, and yeah, the 20s. It's like every 10 years there were major changes, so you have to keep up on specifics on those. So once we got to the 50s, they started doing really good with the high-end stuff, but most people didn't use that high-end stuff, so you don't see it a whole bunch. My family did because they knew better, but
So
That
the
is pretty
process,
interesting.
so the printing of the photographs nowadays is not development at all. It's just ink printed on better paper.
yeah, and it's most of it's called ultrachrome or chrome style inks. It's a special type of, I don't know if you consider it a dye, but probably like dyeing. And yeah, the way it is micro sprayed creates your picture, and some of them are even not waterproof but moisture proof. And yeah, there's a lot of options. And now with the newer printers, I mean, they've got tons of options. I think they have full waterproof stuff now,
Oh, okay.
but it gets pretty expensive. Like the printer I use, to buy a used one is like $2,600. I paid like $800 or $900 for it almost 10 years ago, but they're cherished because a lot of people still use them today. They're the wide format printers, and
Yeah,
they're
my
older.
old school in Fresno, they had a 5 foot wide printer, um, and they're gonna throw it away because they couldn't figure out how to use it, and they could not find a part to it. And I found the part to it, and they almost gave it to me, but then they said, "We'll just buy the part off of you, and we could keep it." And I said, "Well, I shouldn't have told one of the teachers." And he said, "Oh, I said, why'd you tell them?" They said, "Well, they needed the part, and we all need this. We all school needed it for making banners like that." And they ended up screwing it up because they didn't do the right program on it. They downloaded the wrong one and kind of messed it up.
Yeah, normally
So,
there's a way to clear that stuff, but the
uh-huh.
big problem with those bigger printers, plotters, are the inks. Because they're such large volume inks, it costs a lot. Like mine
Yeah.
costs about $160 to $180 just to get a full set of inks. And then if I do my special ones, because my printer has like 10 inks, different ink choices that it uses all at once, but I can use 10 shades of gray and do just black and white photos, and that ink costs about double.
Black and white costs more than color?
Yeah, well, it's because it's really special. It's the real high-end black and white stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was about to say.
Yeah, it's 10 shades of gray, and it's really interesting, but it does. I was able to do it once and reproduced a bunch of my black and white photos that were important family stuff, and then I never did it again because it was actually a lot of work, but it was fun. I was glad I had the option. So, and I can
Speaking
do
of,
rolls of film too, so I can do like a 50-foot long photo.
speaking of black and white, I went to get my COVID test. Today's Thursday now. This is Tuesday morning, and I went to the place where at the fairgrounds here in town, and on the wall, believe it or not, were photographs of my grandfather's company. It was called Sugar Pine Lumber Company. It was only like 5 miles outside of Yosemite National Park, and I couldn't tell you what he looks like because they're all black and white, and there were far shots of like huge logs and the trains and the equipment they used to move logs that were like 40 feet across, and but there was tons of them. So I went and took a picture of every one of them, but the only person that can identify my grandfather is either my older cousins or, well, my uncle Charlie. He's 87. His eyesight's not that good, but I just took my phone camera just as fast as I could because they said that I couldn't stay very long in that room. But I started taking pictures of all the photographs on the wall. I could not believe it. They all said Sugar Pine between 1929 and 1934.
And
My grandfather took it up in the mountains.
I have pictures of Sugar Pine. Sugar Pine was really famous.
I didn't realize that until I've met another person, but that person was in Siskiyou County working for the railroad. His grandfather worked for the railroad, and he ordered timber for the railroad tracks, the ties.
Yeah.
All the way from the Sierras up here.
Yeah, it was a pretty cool place. There was a lot of famous people that went through that area because of the park.
Do you know that the logging train is still running?
I'm not surprised.
Yeah, the logging train is still running. It's a 17-mile track that they have a dinner. They have a midnight special where they have a huge steak dinner, baked potatoes, salad, what they call pioneer bread, and it's kind of expensive because it's a train ride plus a dinner and the entertainment. So it's like $80, $87, But I think it's worth it. Go up there and just go check it out. I haven't done it yet, but I plan to.
Yeah, because I had family in the area. Anytime I would find one of the railroad journals, I would buy it, and I might have that one.
We might be related there, Rich.
Yeah, I told you there's more reasons for our commonalities.
Yeah, because my dad supposedly before him and his sister were born up at Sugar Pine, and he told me one time that if you were born up there as a company offer, you get 1 acre of land. But I haven't found anything to that effect, if that was true or not.
And back in the early 1800s, mid 1800s, my family were the first ones to have the largest sawmills on this side of the Mississippi. So my family's been doing woodwork since way back.
Yeah, I think my grandparents went back. My great grandparents went back to Mexico when California became a state.
So wait, when it was part of Mexico?
Yeah.
That's actually pretty interesting. Wow.
Yeah, a lot of families moved to when Spain left Mexico. A lot of Mexicans came up to Northern California, and then when they found gold, and then after the Mexican War, this is family legend, so take it for what it's worth, but it's a good story. That when the California became a state, a lot of Mexican families got their land taken away, so they went back to Mexico into their ancestral homes.
Yeah, because my family owned all the mountains in Napa Valley, and those are the lands that sell for more than $1 million an acre right now. And they owned from Napa to Calistoga to Petrified Forest. And, that's like almost 30 miles that they owned most of it. The old cemeteries that are there up in those hills, they're all my family.
Well,
I tell you buried there?
Yep. So the land was taken away in 49 and 50 when California became a state. 1849 was the Mexican-American War or whatever. The war was so one-sided and wasn't really true. It was just them taking over and putting bogus taxes on all the Mexican families, so they had to leave their lands, not realizing that it was just bogus on the most part.
Yeah, because they didn't believe in the deeds of the Spanish crown.
So it's pretty much they just moved them out of there, right? They just got rid of them. Yeah, that's
and it was a lot worse than that because they were pretty horrible to them. To give you an idea, the Mexicans weren't treated much better than the Indians, and the Indians that had been living there for generations were fed out of cattle troughs. So
And
yeah,
if you know the societal hierarchy in those days, Spaniards were at the top, and then horses, and then the Indians and Mexicans. And Mexicans were considered the same as the Indians because most of the families were half indigenous people.
yeah. And the funny thing about Napa Valley, although it's a higher end area than Sonoma, Sonoma was where they thought was the horse land, where they kept all their horses. Napa Valley was cattle land, which wasn't valued nowhere near as high as where they'd keep their horses. But then
Yep.
Napa ended up being the elite, and
Did-
for growing wine and grapes. And,
Hey, Rich, but it wasn't Napa more of a cattle area?
yeah, that it was all cattle. That's
It was
where
all cattle. Okay.
All the big families kept their cattle. Their horses were kept in Sonoma, where the Mexican where the military was, because there's a big barracks there in Sonoma.
Now that you mentioned Sonoma,
Vallejo's, yeah, Vallejo, General Vallejo's barracks is there.
now that you mentioned Sonoma, Rich, I forgot to tell you, my mom was in Sonoma for 3 days because he couldn't find a bed for her in Fresno.
Wow, I'm shocked they moved her so far.
I know, but the COVID's so bad all over the state that hospital beds were far and few in between. And since mom was critical, that was the only one they could find. But she was up there for 3 days, and I almost made a trip on Friday night of last week up to Sonoma to go see my mom at what was it called? Bay Hospice by the Bay.
Yeah, you should have given me a call, buddy. I've got family in the business, so I might have had family in that area.
Well, I was not making. I wasn't very clear. I was kind of like,
Yeah, they keep you
Yeah.
in the dark for most
Yeah,
of it, especially when they move you that far away
Yeah,
from them.
I would have loved to contact you if I was in a better sense at the time. So I appreciate that, Rich.
Well, just
I
keep
have
in
a
mind,
question. Oh, go
I
ahead.
don't care what sense you're in. You can call me regardless.
I know. And I'm gonna do that more often.
I have a question, Hector, for you.
Yes, sir.
So, have you guys ever met up since you guys live in the same state, or like have you guys met each other, or?
We haven't planned to, but it's in the works. I think it's not spoken. It's just that there's a lot of things going on right now, and Rich is
Right.
and I don't want to disturb Richard's privacy, but eventually in time, when the time's right, I think I would appreciate and really like to see Rich, as among other people I want to meet too.
Yeah, there's only a
But,
few people that have seen my face. He's one of them.
Yep, and the number.
So, and right now, because of COVID, I have to be careful because I have
Yeah.
my.
Well, being now that I just turned 64, and I've now one of the conditions is that I have a health issue that may preclude me too from meeting a lot of people.
From meeting a lot of people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's too bad.
That's why I'm in COVID. I'm in COVID with quarantine because I haven't told History Man yet, but I'm gonna be a grandfather in a day now.
Gonna be a grandpa now?
Yeah, another third time. Yeah, so.
And you just turned 64. So, was your birthday recently?
Yeah, last 30th of December.
Oh, okay. Oh, so you're born in the 30th. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the same thing as my grandfather's second Mark's birthday was I think it's at the 30th. Could be wrong, but according to our birth certificates, it said the 30th.
Hey, Rich, the other thing too is that the video aids that you said about renting that machine. I think Darren wanted to do the same thing.
Yeah, I told him I don't think they have a problem selling or sending to Canada. They're a pretty big company, and they have affiliates that they work with too when their areas or places items they don't have.
What is it? A big deposit down and then daily rent?
Yeah, it's a signed contract and insurance basically.
Okay.
Agreement.
Okay.
And then, yeah, I don't think the deposit's too major, but the agreement, pretty much puts you, responsible. But they also have a option to do their warranty. So even if it's water damage, you're covered. Their warranty will cover you.
Oh, that would be cool because now that I found a source from you, and Darren wants to do the same thing, we can just hook up together and take turns using it. I'll do all mine at one time and then send it up to him, or he can probably get his own, or whatever he wants to do. I'll be amiable about anything.
Yeah, and it's the reason why I chose this company is because of their warranty. Because when I buy this machine, it's close to $1,000 or just over $1,000, and the problem with those older machines is they break down really easy or fall out of alignment.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The heads on the alignments are the bad part about it.
Right, and so their warranty covers all that,
Yeah.
and all I have to do is send it in. If they can't fix it, they'll replace it.
Thank you, Clay37. It's going to be a baby girl.
That's congrats, Hector.
I appreciate that, and it's
Yeah.
going to be fun because I have a 19-month-old now, granddaughter, and she's a blast. And Rich and I always talk about our grandkids, how much fun we have with them.
It is.
Kids are work, grandkids are fun.
It'll be
Also,
great for them to
Hector-
grow up together and be so close in age.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Also, Hector, I have a question now.
Sure.
You remember Greg?
Yes.
Greg? He says hi too, as well.
Oh, good. I've been listening to a lot of the music, and I'm watching his watch videos.
Oh, you're watching his his record shoot
Yep.
or his record?
Yeah, and then his friend Steve Porter.
Yeah. Oh, Chase. Yeah.
Yeah, and the other guy, the professor, 78 professor.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've been playing his music on my dad's old stereo. It's really cool.
Oh, you're using the console. You got it fixed, right?
Well, what I did was I cleaned all the connections between the speaker and to the leads into the console, but the knobs still, if I don't touch the knobs, they're fine. But when I try to raise the volume or what's the word I want to use, adjust it to another station, then it crackles a lot.
You have trouble with that, with the bound control, or
A little bit about both, a little bit about the adjustment on the volume, and a little bit on adjustment on the stations.
We used to just use contact cleaner to clear up a lot of that. I don't know if it's feasible, but these days,
right,
it's what we use.
You got to buy deoxit, and it doesn't hurt to spray a can of that stuff on anything electronic. Deoxit.
Even plugged in.
Leave it plugged in and still spray it?
Well, you shouldn't, but you could.
Okay.
It doesn't conduct.
Is that a cleaner, or is that like a deduster, or what?
An electronics cleaner. You might have to go to an electronics supply store to get it. Like you'll have one of these stores somewhere nearby.
See, this is what I like about YouTube. I get to fix things.
Yeah, that's what I learn every day too from Greg. I learn from a lot of YouTube videos. Even though I'm I'm an amateur, I'm not really an expert with these types of things, but I learn every time I watch these videos.
Hey, I just fixed my sliding doors, and those sliding doors to the patio, they're 4 feet wide, 8 feet tall. And I tell you, they're heavy, and I had my son help me, which is a good thing, and I bought some seahorses sawhorses, not seahorses.
Sawhorses.
And I fixed my sliding doors. So I called up the regular window guy, to come fix them, and I asked him, "What would you charge to take out the sliding door, put the rollers on, and put them back on, and put it back installed?" He goes, "Well, I'll charge you $80 to get out there, and then probably $290 for the rollers and the labor." I said, "What?
What? Yeah.
$290?"
It's really
And that's $80 travel time too.
That's ridiculous.
Sorry, $80 for the part and $90 for the labor, or do you say $290?
$290.
Yeah, do it yourself, Hector.
That guy's got a real nice car he drives on the weekend.
They roll with just a finger, barely pushing it, and I could not believe it. It took me a while. It took me about 6 hours, and but I just watched a few videos, and I went and took out the how to take out. Well, it was kind of complicated because it's got a plate on top, got a plate at the bottom. It's got 2 screws that holds the rail. You pull the rail out, take the rail in the bottom off. You take off. Well, it goes to the long. It just goes step by step, and I just did exactly what they said to do.
Look at what you know now, and in the time that it took. When I do those kinds of things, in the time that it takes, I'm literally saying to myself, $290. I'm paying myself $290 to do this job. Doesn't matter if it takes 6 hours. I'm paying myself $290 to do this.
You know how much those rollers cost?
$25.
No, $15 total.
See, this is why I just service things myself. I don't get anybody to service it. Like, man, man.
I just couldn't believe. I mean, $80 plus $290. That's $370 I saved.
Hey, I got the
money right there.
I've got a Kia Soul car, and the blowers stopped blowing, and it's reasonably new. So for the very first time in my life, I called a dealership and told them I expected my car to be fixed under warranty. Well, not only did my car get fixed under warranty, like I usually fix my car when it breaks, even something like this, but it's under warranty, so I took it in. But not only, like, I guess, like, at the time we bought it, we needed a car, and I must have got rooked for the ironclad warranty at the time, because we literally got, "Oh, you have the 5-star warranty, sir. You're going to get this and you're going to get that." And I'm like, oh, okay. Yeah, give me whatever I'm supposed to get. You know what I mean? But my little Kia's all fixed up. Didn't cost me deductible, which was $100, which was the value of the friggin' part anyway. But I don't know. I have a lot of anxiety around not being able to fix things myself. It bothers me.
Yeah, I've gotten past that one. Had to. I built a special table over my bed so I could do tons of big work right in my bed and have all these things to help me roll stuff around and move stuff around. But yeah, I had to stop trying to fix everything, because that's, I take stuff to my shop and fix everything for everybody, and the doors and stuff, like Hector's talking about, if we couldn't get the new parts, that they couldn't afford them and didn't want us purchasing them for them, we just wax it up really good with paraffin and make it so it was as if it was new.
That's what you do, right? You make do.
Right. Just make do what you have.
Slow down the wear, make it so it doesn't damage itself, that kind of thing. And Teflon's a great thing. And chunks, putting on like a sliding glass door, you can replace that roller with just a slide.
Boys, I'm not going to be too much longer for this world. This evening. That's a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that little drastic there.
It's late over here too. It's very late. Is it? Like, what time is it over there in Canada? We're at down
2:20.
2:20. Okay.
Yeah, same as California.
It's California, so okay, yeah, Pacific. Okay, then. Yeah, over here it's very late. Like I think because I just woke up like maybe a couple hours ago, so my sleep schedule was not really fixed. I need to work on that.
Oh, and History Man, to answer your question a little more thorough, my projector editor I showed you, I actually have antique ones as well. Ones from the 40s and 50s.
Oh, you have those? Oh, okay.
Yeah, because they were editing films back then too.
Right. You said your father did it, right?
Grandfather.
Oh, your grandfather. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, that's that is pretty cool. I mean, I'm not sure if you saw my grandfather's film. I only have like one from like the early '70s, but I really would like to get um those earlier ones, like you said, from the 30s and 40s, to actually play some of the film that George gave me from like the '60s, like yeah, early '60s, late '50s stuff. So that's pretty cool that you preserve history and you have, at least you, not just that, but your family history in general, because to be honest, my family does not give a crap. So
Well, I went
that's
20
awesome that you
years,
do that.
20 years before I found family interested other than my grandfather.
Oh,
It's the same thing with me. My family doesn't really care about the generations, especially the ones that are like. See, my grandfather was born in 1888. My dad was born in 1924. But all my kids, they kind of heard the names, but they don't keep it. And
right.
even worse that are like the next generation and the next generation below them. Because right now, I can count from my grandfather to my third cousins 7 generations away. Already just in 100 years.
Yeah, and
150
my
years.
Osborne Taylor families, I hadn't even met. Well, my grandfather had told me about them and stuff, and then I got invited to one of their family reunions that they did about every 5 years, and I told them I needed some room for photos and stuff, and they were happily obliged because they said nobody really had any of that stuff. And so I asked for 8 6-foot tables and a 10-foot long wall that I could display stuff on. And I brought a 6-foot high, 10-foot long family tree that was all painted with pictures and history and birth and death dates. And then those tables I filled with photo albums, and yeah, they were blown away. It was
Like you
great.
guys kept over the years. That's pretty awesome. I'm trying to do that as well, but
Yeah, the best part was these 90-year-old people asking me questions about their grandparents and great-grandparents that they remembered. And I had names, where they lived,
really,
pictures of
that's
them.
interesting.
Yeah,
That is interesting that people especially people that age, ask you that.
yeah.
When are the 1950s coming out?
They said that it would be every many years they would come out, religiously, but it didn't happen. There was a big pause in between a bunch of them. So, we don't really have a criteria that we can go by because they lied about it before. And I don't know if it was on purpose or not. I just think they were overwhelmed by it. But yeah, the older stuff, that was my favorite part, was finding out that the census went back to the 1700s. That was
Right.
crazy. But that was actually for slavery. It was so they could keep track and tax people for slaves, which was horrible because I look at it for family information, and that wasn't what it was used for.
Well, now that DNA is such a commercial enterprise, a lot more people from especially the black community, where they don't know who was who and who sold what. And I mean,
Right.
I hate to say it that way, but it's the only terms I can use, because when people were sold in those days, they didn't carry last names, or they were giving new names according to their, oh, I hate to say it, owners. They would take, they would give them new names, and if they just came off the boat and sold into slavery from Africa, then their names from Africa were no longer um, used. But with DNA now, they actually found families that they
Yeah,
go
yeah.
back to Africa and say, well, your name was this because you're the third grandson of the fourth brother of the one that went to America.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Because like I said, like my last name, I'm a black guy, and my last name is Hollingsworth, but I know, I don't think that's like my native last name, because I know myself, I'm like Western African and Mid African, so my friend actually knew her native last name. I forgot what it was, but she since then she just changed her name and put her native last name there.
cool.
You see, and for my family, we can trace back the Spanish side, but we
Right.
cannot find our native names.
Well, the problem on most of it for both sides is when it's Americanized, they shorten it and change the spelling to make it easier for them. So a
Right.
lot of
Yeah.
the names were reduced in half, and then the spellings were changed. Z's and S's and H's and L's, and I mean they deleted a lot of that stuff because they didn't, silent letters were silent and not represented, and so yeah, there's a lot to the changing. It's pretty interesting. There's some really good books on it, and there were things they followed pretty religiously. So if your name's spelled a certain way, you can pretty much figure out some of the possibilities of the proper spelling.
Right. It's like what I was even gonna say. It's like, yeah, I mean that's also, yeah, why we just don't really know. I guess I just our native name, because I guess this just has been Americanized, what you just said. I mean, I'm from Guyana, so my tracing is all the way back there, during slavery.
Yeah, not too many Hollingsworth from that area.
Yeah. So we were. So I'm guessing myself is that I'm also like West African. So I think that, in my belief, I haven't taken a DNS test yet, but in my belief, I'm thinking I'm Ashanti, because by just studying African history, and where the British forts were for trading posts were, because back then, Guyana was part of Britain. So so I'm thinking that I must be came from over there, where modern day Ghana is, and no, and could be Nigeria too. I could be Nigerian as well. So that's the thing. I don't know the black side of my family, so that's just the thing. I just don't know.
Well, the thing you want to hope is that they were very religious, because
Yeah.
those are the best records. So church records, if you're, as long as you're not in flood areas or fires and that kind of thing that happened through the years, there's some pretty good information. You just need to, like the Catholic stuff, you need to know Latin to be able to decipher it.
Right.
There's a lot of tools to help you understand it.
Understand it, right? I mean, that's
And the
why
handwriting. The handwriting was so different too.
That's my favorite part, though. I wrote or read a letter for somebody that had showed one, and they said, "There's no way you can read this." And it's like, "Oh, wait a minute, give me a second." And I started to read the letter, and almost in real time. It took me a little bit here and there for it, but for most of the letter, I was able to read it just right away, and it was really fun. Blew everybody away that I could read it that easy.
Because you said that you had to use a like a dictionary from 1850 to understand the wording.
Well, we had a lot more letters in our alphabet, and there were letters that represented like double S's, double T's, double F's.
Right.
So when you try to read the word and one of those letters are there, you recognize it as a different letter, and it doesn't make any sense. So
Right.
yeah, that was the key thing that made me understand, where I was going wrong. And I had that dictionary for so many years before I figured that out. I just kicked myself. I lost so many years of not being able to read that stuff and research it because of being stuck like that. I thought that they're probably using a native tongue from a different country, so some of the words are probably older languages. But nope, it was all English.
Mostly of all of it. Okay. Because it's like if you like read like things from like the 1700s or like the early 1800s, it's like they're really hard to read, especially what the lettering that they used back then compared to like now.
Yeah, and most of the less educated stuff is actually easier to read, and you would think that would be the opposite.
Right.
But the people that were well educated, the loops and all the big giant stuff that they did to their letters to make them fancy makes it so hard.
Oh yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and the thing that most people don't realize is now having those loops and stuff, if it was just those words being written and that's all you're reading, it's not that hard. But that's overlapping a line below and a line above of the writing there. And those lines are doing the same. So you have all this overlapping of loops, and it causes it to become really difficult to read. And then they work in really fine lines. So, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've seen them too. Just by thinking about it, because I'm a volunteer archivist in the library, and I've seen a couple of letters that they were just so hard to read. I just didn't understand them. And most of them, they were wealthy people. So now just by realizing it, I know what you're understanding.
Yeah, and the one thing you need to keep in mind if you're doing that for the library is they've taken photos of some of that stuff as far back as the 20s and 30s.
Right.
So sometimes because the fading of the inks has happened or the yellowing of the paper or both, that it's easier to find an old photograph with that letter and read that instead of the actual letter.
The actual letter, yeah. That's what we do, so. Well, we do that anyway. That's what we do, so.
Now, are you using microfiche?
Yeah, we have tons of microfilm, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot of them have converted, and I hate that because it's just a real easy way of doing it.
Well, by microfilm?
Yeah, well, that microfiche or that was specifically made for libraries and
right, yeah,
documents and stuff. And if you have a good enough reader, you got a lot of options to blow the stuff up or even take photos of your screen.
Oh yeah, I mean I've looked into them for lots of times. So
yeah, some of my letters that were smaller they're about half the size of regular paper.
Right.
And then I would print them out on 13 by 19 inch paper and blow them up to that size to make them easier to read.
Right. Yeah. I mean, like I said, we don't have like stuff that old. That I'm not sure what's even the oldest. I'm not sure what's even the oldest thing that we have, to be honest. But the oldest thing I've seen so far is probably from the 1870s, because that's how old my town is. So I haven't seen anything originally from like the 1700s. So I haven't seen that.
Well, that's funny because I know that you have the 1600s, in the East Coast, and we have the same thing over here, like the Russians and the French that got here.
the Chinese that came in the 1300s, in California.
Yeah, and
People don't
Germany.
realize how old California is.
Oh yeah.
Everybody thinks that they started from the East Coast coming to the West, when I kind of feel that we met in the middle, because you had Louisiana Purchase, you had the Mexican territory, all the way up to Canada. I don't know, I'm sure exactly where inside of the Canada, but Louisiana Purchase up the Mississippi River, so those were 1600s and 1700s.
I mean, yeah. I mean,
Even St. Augustine my goal is to own one coin minted from the Mexico City Spanish mint in 1535 was the first one established in the continent of North America. And I would like to get a coin from that area. I have to get a coin from that area.
That is a score.
That would be an expensive score.
Yeah, it would be.
It would be gold,
Yeah,
wouldn't
because
it?
most of them are silver or gold. Silver or gold.
Yeah. That's actually awesome that Greg has that.
Hey Darren, how did you do that with all the different positions of the people on your panel? That's neat.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. Actually, how did you do that? That you actually have people on your panel, and you actually that's actually pretty cool that you did this.
Especially the comments.
Oh yeah, not just that, but it's now it's easier to read because it's in front of your face.
Hey Rich, the books that you have that you can't find anymore, do they usually have them in the Library of Congress?
Oh, I don't know about that. I'm sure they do because they're supposed to have pretty much a copy of everything. But some of the local books for like Sonoma, Santa Rosa, Calistoga, those areas, they were written by people in the area and not really published. I mean, they were copied, but not really published for the most part. So, yeah, they're pretty tough to find. General Vallejo, there's some really specific books on him, and my family actually married into his family, married him and one of his sons, and supposedly that's where San Francisco got its name. Her name was Francesca.
Huh.
And, yeah, tons of history for California.
It really is. I haven't been to California, but I just know that they do have history though. Tons.
Well,
yeah, I've met one
the closest I've been.
That their family goes way back in California. I was in line at a bank, and I was listening in on their conversation and said, "Oh yeah, we're the Yount family," which they're the ones that stole all the land from everybody. And I held my tongue on that part and told her that her family was by far not the oldest. That the Mexican families that had been living there for generations. She said not generations. I said, since the 1740s, my family has been here. And, some of the areas are named after them still. And the old adobes that we have as places to visit as historical areas were their homes. So they helped build the missions and San Francisco. That was all because of them.
It's really a shame. When you said about the missions, I remember driving up the 101, El Camino Real. They used to have the signs that they have a little lamppost, and the lights were on all the time. It says the El Camino Real, and a few years ago, I was going up the 101, and they're missing. The signs are gone, or lights not working anymore. I thought that would be a good state project. Because of the missions, because the El Camino Real was where all the missions were built.
And but I don't see the signs anymore like I used to when I was a kid.
Yeah, they lost funding for most of that stuff and couldn't keep a lot of them as historical buildings or historical sites. Yeah, it's really sad. We've lost most of, well, there was a huge fire in Napa a couple times that burned a lot of them down. But the ones that are still standing are the stone homes.
Oh yeah.
And same thing with the missions. You know, they were all clay and thick walled.
Well, yeah. Well, guys, it's nice talking to you. I wish I could be here for much longer, but it's late over here. Just gonna relax. So I'll see you guys later on.
Well, we hope to see you again, Richie.
It's nice talking to you guys. The reason I came up, I just haven't seen you guys in a while. I haven't even heard from you guys.
Well, I've been out of touch for a little bit.
Like last time I talked to Rich was that live stream that I had with me and Greg. And then you Hector, you came up when Joanne was there. So I haven't seen. What'd you say?
I was going to say that one of the conversations came about also about an anniversary clock that I got right here above me on my mantle at my parents' house, and my parents never took it in to get fixed. And I watched a video on an anniversary clock with the glass dome and the string that holds the pendulum at the bottom. I'm going to fix it.
Oh, you know how to fix? Greg, wait. Greg showed you? Greg teach you to fix it? Like you watch one of his?
No. He had one of his channels on his page, and I saw it, and I took a look at it. So that led me to 2-3 other people that were doing, and I haven't got I found the wire to order it. And it's only $3 to fix it.
Oh wow! Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm gonna order it, and I'm gonna have it fixed before my parents' wedding anniversary on the 8th.
That's good, because if you because like I said, if you want to learn about clock servicing, Greg he's the man to do it. I mean, he even I tried to even send him one of my clocks, but I couldn't. But he knows how to service clocks. Yet he does, to be honest, he does little mistakes here and there. But when you come to these things, that's what you do. And that's how you learn. You do make mistakes. So.
Well, there's an adage to that. You learn from your mistakes. You don't do on purpose.
Yeah, you don't.
But if you learn before you make the mistake, you're better off.
Right. I'm gonna answer that in a second. Dan. How do I go to college? I don't go to college at all. Well, I used to.
Well, if you have time, Troy, at least get certified. You can go Google Classroom. You can go to Microsoft Studies. You can get certified on a lot of different things. So you can even go take this down. EDX, ED with a big X. You can take certification classes in history, anthropology, psychology, sociology, and you can get certificate and earn units free online. There's one way to get a degree.
I might come back to you on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I might come back to you on that. I don't know. I'll think about that. So,
nice light, Darren.
But guys, I gotta go. I can't say it.
Hey, catch a
really
wish. Hey, I'm gonna start in about a
Penny
month.
in the house.
What you
about
say?
a month, I'm gonna start about 8 o'clock. I haven't picked the day yet, but I'm thinking about 8 o'clock and then stop and then start again about 11. So
What,
I'll be streaming, yeah, a little more often.
All right, then let me know. Send me an email. You have my email, so.
Oh yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
And Rich, I can get a hold of you anytime, and that'd be good too.
Well, as long as if I'm doing something, because last time I talked to Greg and such, and you know, about things in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, Greg and everybody in the Discord and stuff like that.
Right.
So that's why I told you to have it if you want to like learn more, especially in the GRC or with Greg's servers, because of you got a lot of clock guys, especially because he's interested in horneology and 78 records, which is the GRC that talks about 78 records and just the history on band leaders during that period.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, especially Chase. Chase is, C. Porter. He's very knowledgeable when it comes to like 20s and 30s big band, um, even 40 stuff, big band stuff, um, just bands. Like he's very knowledgeable. He's even writing a book about one of them. So
Oh, cool.
about Will Osborne. I'm not sure if you know him, but he's writing a book about him, and he actually interviewed his son.
As a matter of fact, I've been watching a lot of the old programs. Before Ed Sullivan had the Ed Sullivan Show, he had Toast. Was it Toast? Was it something about Toast? Anyway, Ed Sullivan did a television show back in '49 in New York City. Not Taste of the Tower, nothing like that, but something about
Toast of the Town.
Toast of the Town. Thank you very much. And I watched a lot of their old bands songs, and then I look at old films and I write names down and I look them up and it's not the old Artie Shaw, Glenn Miller, Tommy Dorsey. I mean, this is like what they call traveling bands that would copy the same songs as the big bands, but they would have their own versions, and it was some of it was a lot better,
Now, what
like
wasn't that considered radio shows?
Yeah, it's something like that. They had skits, they had music, they had comedians. It was not the famous ones. It was just like a circuit, and it's pretty interesting.
Like lesser known ones.
Yeah, like the Commodores before they became the Commodores, like that.
Yeah.
They were just new bands that were trying their stuff out, and they would travel a circuit, what they call a circuit around the United States. It's pretty neat.
Pretty neat, yeah. Greg and C. Porter, they got me into 78 collecting, which is I think it's a pretty cool hobby. So, matter of fact, speaking of that, I will post it. One of my older, I did have like old 78 posts in my second channel. I'm thinking about posting in my main, because I guess nobody really looks into it. So I decided, since I have more viewership here, on my main channel, I would think about reposting them there. So that's
Hey, Rich,
what I'm thinking. But
I made an acquaintance of my grandparents. He's 93 years old, 94 going on, and I met him through correspondence because he wanted to know if any guitarists that he knew in Madera or in Fresno or in Clovis or anywhere in the Central Valley, if I was one of them. And I said, well, depends on who you're looking for. So he started naming some names, and I didn't recognize him until he hit one name, and it was my grandfather's name. And he says that he went traveling around the United States, and he was born in Thurber, Texas, and he's in his late middle 90s. And when I Troy, already leave. When he contacted me, I didn't really know him that well, and he said he went to the high school local, and he went to Harvard University. And I thought, whoa, back in the 40s, a person with the name of Velasquez, and I looked him up, and sure enough, he checked out. I even went to Harvard the graduation section of the Harvard section of medical section, and he was there. So I've been keeping in touch with him because he's telling me stories about things that happened in the 40s during the Depression and Victory Gardens during World War II. It was kind of interesting to get a perspective that way from someone that knew my family and grew up in that era.
Yeah, do yourself a favor if you didn't record it. Give
I did.
A little. Oh, good. And again, do yourself a favor and call them back, because normally they remember so much after talking to you that they wish they would have remembered a lot of things, and it's fun to call them back and let them continue.
Well, I just called him Monday. And he started telling me more stories.
Yep.
And his service in the Coast Guard during World War II. He was telling me about his parents. They're still here. His parents and families are still here. His brother just passed away last year, and I didn't know that was his brother. So it was neat talking to him. Yeah. Darren's got some fun, those lights of his, man.
Hey,
Darren, you're a disco dino, man.
As a kid, I had my room set up with a black light, so I had stars across my ceiling. But then I had all my walls with rivets and like old castle stuff, and I had
mine was posters.
Special lights that did the lights all the way around my room, and it was actually a spinning light that had like a disco ball top to it, and it would reflect all these colors all over. And I was definitely a 60s kid. We definitely partied hard and had tons of fun and psychedelic everything for looks.
I don't know if I want to ask Darren this because I don't think he's old enough, but just curiosity, does anybody still have their Angel flights? Sounds pretty quiet.
I don't know what that is. I don't know.
Do you know what those are, Rich? Angel flight?
No.
Oh, they were a special pair of pants. Do you ever see?
Okay, I know
Fahrenheit
what you're talking about. Yeah.
The polyester shirts.
I am being a somewhat rude fella at this point. Ditto's jeans was my favorite thing for girls back in the day.
DoorDash.
Yeah, the girls wore jeans really nice in those days.
We called them French jeans. They had no back pockets.
Well, the Ditto's jeans had a seam that went up and around the rear, and they were. Whoever made them was a very smart person, because the ladies loved them. The girls wore the heck out of them, and and at that time, the girls are all wearing halter tops and tube tops, and it was a pretty loose time. No one would get away with dressing that way these days. And then
it's worse nowadays.
And shorts. Oh my goodness!
Kidding me?
Oh yeah, no parachute pants.
Have you seen the bathing suits they're wearing now?
Oh yeah.
There's no bum anymore. Not even at the public pool. There's no bum in them. None at all.
Here's a phrase they use all the time. They say they like them to be more cheeky than before.
Oh yeah, it's cheeky. There's no bum in them. None.
Yeah,
but you can't grab their ass though.
Pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I know the pants.
Yeah, and I actually
today
wore white overalls that were all they cost me a fortune. Had a bunch of pockets up and down the knees and stuff, but was set up to wear shirtless, and they were very formal. We'll just say it that way. Kind of flashy.
Cargo pants.
Keep in mind, this is like the very first of the 70s. So the way of dress back then was pretty extreme. And I wore high-heeled shoes and yeah, pretty funny. I was pretty proud of my shoes. I wish I still had a pair to show off. I'd probably be as embarrassed as could be, but fun times. It does. Junior high started all that for me. I was pretty simple and through elementary school times, but man, once junior high started, that was, we started listening to some pretty heavy rock, and even the teachers would allow us to play our stuff in the class. And
we had a record player in our classroom. In grade 9, we had a record player in the corner. We all brought in our albums.
That's cool.
No, we had quad sound in our classroom. We had 2 speakers in the front, 2 speakers in the back.
Yeah, now that actually started in the very first of the 70s. One of the radios that I built had a toggled switch, or, well, you could spin it in a circle and make the sound go 360. And it was really cool. When you let go of it, it would self-center and go into quad again. And that was the very first of the quad. And I think that was like 72, 71, something like that.
I think it was, okay, if I remember correctly, I was in 8th grade in 70 and 71. So that would have been, that was a quad sound in those days.
Yep. Yeah, and it was pretty funny because it cost a lot more than any other stereo. I mean, there were some pretty nice stereos, but because it was the new quad, and it actually had less parts to it, so it was easier to build than some of my other ones that were just stereo.
Do you use tubes or solid state?
It was solid state then.
These are tubes. The one that my teacher had.
71?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, well, the kits that you built and stuff required a lot of soldering and stuff, and had all the transistors and those things. So
because he used a two-way two-way amps, so that way it had an A/B side to one amp, and then the other amp had an A/B side to it. And they had one feed into both of them.
Yeah, I have to pull my stereo, my last stereo, my big Sirius stereo. The amplifier had 2 separate amps in it and probably weighs 60 pounds.
Yeah, that's like the Marantz.
Yeah.
Marantz are still being made with tubes.
Huh.
And the last one I sold was back in, I think it was 99 or 2000. It had to be 99 because I started teaching in 2000. Anyway, I sold a Marantz. It was a 1 amp unit. And I sold 4 of them because he wanted the old-fashioned stereo sound, but he wanted quad. And I said, well, I've got this unit. So we bought 3 more. I had to order the other 3. And then the speakers he used, let me see, either Klipsch. He bought Klipsch. They were good.
Yeah. I copied a lot of the Klipsch stuff because their corner horns just sounded fantastic.
Yeah, I was just about to say that it depended on the music. And I asked him what music he listened to, and he said, more orchestra, symphonic music like that. And I said, well, you're gonna need some horns. And they had the what was it, the 4 by 7 inch, no, 4 by 6 inch, and he had 3 of them. And then he had a mid range of a 12 inch, not 12 inch. So I'm sorry, 6 inch
mid-range, and a 12-inch woofer on it.
Yeah, see,
It
when
was t-
my last stereo, my horn was the Altec Lansing horn, and it was 28 inches wide by 9 inches tall and had a 5-pound magnet.
5 pound? Oh
Yeah,
my God.
that was my mid range. Then I had
No, Clay, I don't have a shiny nose.
a row of piezo tweeters for my high end and 412s in each corner.
Well, my old Sherwin Vegas, I've got 2 tweeters, 1 inch and 2-inch tweeter, and then I've got a 3-inch mid-range, and then I've got a 9-inch, what I guess would call a woofer, the big one, but it's not really bassy, but it sounds still pretty good, and they're like, I got them in 1977.
Yeah, it just depends on where your crossover set up for sound. Sometimes they put a lot of mid range through them.
Yeah. Well, in those days, remember, they were going for more the high pitch sound because of the guitars.
Yeah. Yeah, and the tweeters, when the ribbon tweeters started to happen, that really changed high end. The real high end stuff really got clear. And
Did you really like the sound? Because it kind of irritated me a little bit.
I actually loved it.
You liked it? Okay.
The problem was listening to it with headphones, because I did a lot of stuff with headphones and it was a little hard on the ears, which might be why I'm so deaf these days, but it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the music, and so many of the concerts, they got so loud, and when that real high end stuff was there, I mean, it did make it feel like your ears were bleeding at the end of the night.
Oh my God. When I was working at Good Guys Audio Video Store, we had a room they called the entry level room, the mid level room, and then the high end. The high end was really good stuff. I mean, really good stuff.
Yeah, see, I used to go to San Francisco to Ebers Electronics, and that's where I got a lot of my components. And
Yeah, I
they had
remember
an amazing sound room there. Yeah,
Did you
Ebers
build all your
Electronics.
stereo?
Huh?
Rich, did you build all your stereo speakers yourself, or did you
Yeah,
just buy the?
and most of my stereos.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's that quad system I was talking about. I built all that. Yeah, there
Would you?
tons of stuff that I built. I built a lot of AM and FM basic radios, little, the little transistor radio stuff. And I built some of my CB radios and some of my base stations. I built some of my microphones up with, special kits for doing modified sounds and pitch, so you could change the pitches and do all kinds of crazy stuff with the voices and add all kinds of different filters to them.
Now, let me ask you a question that's going to be a combination question. Would you know what you know now about hi-fi, stereo, and speakers? Would you change the cabinets of your speakers to match your stereos, your amplifiers, your amps?
Well,
Would you take all the guts out of the, let's say, a Sherwin Vega or Eclipse, and put them in new cabinets or new composite materials to make a new speaker?
Well, it depends. The sounds change. The stuff through the end of the 60s and the very first of the 70s was really bassy. And so having ported cabinets or, sometimes I just put a tube in it and let it, be able to do a lot of different sounds through that. I forget what that's called. Ported, I think, is what that is called. It helped a lot with the really heavy bass and cleared it up a bit, made it so it wasn't quite as muffled and stuff. But when I was doing it, I was building my speakers to match what the sound that the stereo was capable of. So my, and I just said it a minute ago, the electronics that is put in between that limits your wave that is allowed to go to the speaker is very specific, and you can make it whatever. You can open it up so your speakers are really wide, or you can narrow it way down. And it was better to be narrowed for me. I was listening to things like The Doors and well, Halen and Cars and all that stuff, and Zeppelin and a lot of stuff. I was listening to Heart and Iggy Pop. Oh shoot. There's a few I'm missing that are really important, but yeah, like Mean Streets, I forget who did that one, and he was in that band and on his own, and he was a major player for coming up with new sounds and new ways of doing stuff. And so I was really specific to my music, and then built the speakers to match what the stereo could put out. So
Can't tell, but it looks like Darren is laying back. Did we bore you there, Darren?
oh yeah,
Oh
he's
no.
in DC.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh no.
Well,
I
I'm
built-
next to the fire. I'm next to the fireplace, and I'm actually looking towards it, and it is warm right here. So I'm on the
Pretty
floor.
sure you're in a comfy chair, aren't you? Or are you on the floor?
I'm on the floor. Oh, I'm always talking to Rich on the floor. I'm always talking to you guys on the floor.
yeah,
I
I'm
have
not
to get my
familiar.
when I get back home. My son's moving out. He bought himself a house last month. That's the other thing too, is that the big changes at the house. He's moving out. He's got himself a place, and I've got 2 extra bedrooms now. So I'm gonna fix one so that'll be my hobby room. So it'll be my coin, my electronics, my RC cars, my little train track that I'm trying to get fixed. I'm working on my locomotive.
You caught me off guard, Hector. Do you have RC?
Yes, I do.
Oh, I built some of the very first of the real high-end RC cars. I paid like $500 and $600 for the kits, and then bought all the special bearings separately. And normally I was
Have you heard of RC Sparks?
I had one of the fastest ones you could get at the time.
Are you using gas?
No, there was all
Electrical?
electric. Yeah.
Yeah, mine is a Rhino. It's a 1/32 scale. It's a 2-cell, 6-volt. Trying to remember all the details on it, but it's over 30 years old, and I went to go have it tuned up on the shocks, because one shock just flattened out. I don't know what. I mean, it just didn't. I didn't, run into anything. It just one side flopped,
Always break.
So I took it in to get the shock, replaced. And they talked to me into doing all 4, thinking that if that one goes, then the other was going to go soon. So I replaced all 4 of them, and then the guy asked me if I wanted to sell it. And he goes, "Why?" I said, "Well, we don't see these rhinos much." So I kept it. Yeah. I'm also into airplanes. So there's a website I go to called actually it's YouTube, Flight Test. These guys make electric planes, and they're quarter scale, they're half scale, big monster things, and they're all made out of cardboard, and they fly really well.
Interesting.
Cardboard, you say?
Yeah, but it's fiberglass enforced.
In the 60s and 70s, my uncle had a full machine shop in his garage so he could build his jet motors for his planes. All, miniatures and toy. He used to race them a lot. He did a lot of the gliders and stuff too, but the jet motors he used to build, oh my gosh, they were crazy. Neat stuff. And that was way before anybody was doing that stuff. So, and he did nitro with the sand rails and those things. Had a bunch of very short, limited time stuff that ran stuff like that, nitro, and yeah, fun stuff. I got into it pretty hard. I think I built mine when my girls were little, so right around 1980. I have to find a picture of it and show you. It was pretty cool. It was a little four-wheeler, shaft-driven four-wheel.
Yeah, I got quite a few projects, but I think my wife wants me to retire pretty soon.
Now, just make sure you make your hobby room the furthest from the bedroom.
It is, and because I'm moving all my wife's stuff into the first bedroom next to hers and ours, I should say, and my daughter's is going to be the guest room, and the last bedroom that's furthest from the front to the front next to the garage, which is a little bit more soundproofed, and everything's going to go in there. All my hobbies.
And funny, my uncle, the one that built all the planes, it was his horrible kids that caused me so much grief with alcohol and everything else. That's because I was the little cousin, but they had to take me because parents made them. So they'd be doing all this drinking and stuff in front of me, and to keep me from telling anybody, they made me drink. So that's what started my bad road with alcohol, was because of cousins that wanted to drink that should have just left me alone. I wouldn't have told on them anyway. But yeah, that's why I started drinking so young. And it was because our parents were out doing the planes, the gliders, the jet planes.
Funny how that works.
Yeah, Pismo Beach for most of that.
Oh, I love Pismo Beach, Avila Beach.
Yeah, those areas are so beautiful, and I'd have so much fun because I'd pull my little BMX bike apart and completely grease everything to where the cylinders were just packed with grease, and then I would ride it in the ocean, and people would see me cruising along and not realize I was actually riding a bike underwater. Then I'd come out of the water on my bicycle and blow everybody away. It was a lot of fun. It caused me a lot of work, though, because, of course, you have to tear it all apart again and re-grease everything. But
yeah, the salt get inside.
Yeah. But it was a lot of fun. I almost drowned out there a couple of times. Thank goodness I have some strong cousins.
Let me ask you something there, Rich. Did you ever go to, let's see, Santa Cruz Beach?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, in fact,
We must have-
some of my worst
we
and
must have
best
crossed-
times.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We must have crossed paths, because every place you've mentioned, I've been.
Yeah, we used to go to the KOA Park in Santa Cruz, and that was in the Redwoods there, right on the coast.
Yeah, I know it's at, but I never stayed there, but I know where it's at.
Yeah, because we'd walk to the pier from there, and in the middle of the night when we were supposed to be in the camper in bed, and we were out partying hard all night long.
Do you remember the Big Dipper?
People's Ice Chest. What's that?
Remember the Big Dipper?
Yeah. Well, we had so much fun and all that stuff. Because we were there all day long, so many days in a row, a lot of the carnies would just let us ride the rides for free. So if it wasn't a packed line or whatever, or if they didn't have many people riding, they would just let us on. And yeah, we had a ton of fun. I really had fun.
Well,
Did a
I
lot
went to
of
the
fishing,
seminary.
too.
St. Joseph Seminary was right across the street from the boardwalk. And after we, toured the seminary, and after classes were over, they let us leave at 3 o'clock. So from 3 o'clock to 9, we spent most of our time right there at the boardwalk. And those days, a penny went a long ways back in the 70s. You know, I used to call it a penny arcade. I used to go in there all the time, spend hours in there.
Yep. Yeah, and funny because at that time I already had a huge collection of bankrolls.
Wow. I think about all the missed opportunities I had working in a grocery store back in from 75 to 86. You know,
Oh yeah, some really
I
good
could've-
coins through that
yeah,
year.
yeah. Because I would get boxes, brand new boxes, and I just by looking at it, I can tell you if there were reissued boxes or recirculated boxes, or they were just straight from the mint.
Yep.
You know, because people hated getting brand new pennies. I don't know why, but in grocery stores, pennies were like nothing to them. But that's where I got most of my bills and most of my silver coins was in that period. I didn't mind going to the cashiers, but after counting money, you know, I did that. See, I was a manager from, I don't know, from the early 80s all the way up to the 90s, and I would do all the bank deposits. And the bigger stores I got into, the more money I had to count. I didn't like it. I didn't even bother to even check the dates or the bills or nothing.
Yeah, you see what Lemon just said?
No, I didn't.
His mom would ride the bus home for a quarter and ride all day.
No, we didn't have buses in this town. Too small. Taxis were too expensive.
All right, check this out. We were talking about speakers and whatnot, building your own speakers and whatnot earlier. This is something I stumbled upon recently. I thought was pretty cool. Speakers.
Is 1/2 wavelength at a particular frequency, and at that point,
So these are these little,
you get almost no amplification.
you want to call them drivers, but they're
And as you continue
kind of
to
more of an
lateral, you reach
exciter.
another point where you're 1.5
What he does with these
lateral to the center spot.
is he puts one or
As
two
you
of
pass
them
across the room,
behind
you're
these
peaks
panels
and
that
these
he's got
troughs
hanging
of
behind you.
sound amplitude.
These are
And that
foam,
creates regions
particle
of the room where
board,
it's not very
plywood,
listen to the sounds.
styrofoam,
In addition, these
and
speakers,
that's
because
all
of their conical
they
shape,
are.
their spherical
They're
shape,
just sort of,
act a little bit like shaped anti-tank charges. They focus the sound in front of them. So when you include the focusing property of the speakers and the phasing property of the speakers, you get a lot of regionality in the room. And even if you're using, say, frequencies, but because it has damping, it doesn't ring. And so the notes, the sound peaks don't run into each other and you get very crisp separation. The manufacturer also recommends rounding the corners and easing the edges. What this does is it helps.
so all he's got going on there is just these little actuators behind these different pieces of material. Otherwise, they're all big flat pieces of material. And I tell you, this one fantastic DIY speakers for less than $30. It's a
Yeah, I did some of this before this part of it happened, and you had to use really thick glass. And it was really cool, though, because they were doing it with, like, picture frames, but overly thick glass. And so you'd have hidden speakers, and because the way the sound travels, you couldn't tell where it was coming from.
This guy shows you how to do it on the absolute cheap and with
Yeah, well,
regular,
that's a
you know.
new generation. It wasn't. when I was doing it, I don't think that was capable. So pretty cool though. And then for the hidden speakers in some of the homes now, or the ceiling stuff, that's a really neat thing.
I wonder what this is. This is a guy I watch all the time, and he's showing something I don't know what this is. Let's see what. Always like this guy.
For sending these to. Special type of Philips lamp. And I have to thank Andy for sending these to me. He was working over in Dubai, and he brought them back with him. And that's the thing, unless you live in Dubai, you can't buy these lamps. They're not available anywhere else because Philips doesn't really want them available anywhere else. They'd much rather you have this one instead. So the story behind these, well, let me get into the technology first, and then we'll talk about the story. So here is a typical 4-watt LED filament lamp, and here's a typical 2-watt one, and generally speaking, these filaments are rated 1 watt each, which is disappointing because this Philips lamp is running them at 1.5 watts each. And it does say that it's got a lifespan of 15 years or 15,000 hours. Well, I very much doubt it's going to get 15,000 hours or 15 years unless you just never take it out of the packet, because it will be grilling the LEDs. So the way these achieve that super high efficiency, this one gets 100 lumens a watt. These ones get 200 lumens a watt. The way they achieve that is by underrunning the LEDs. So whereas, well, let's compare. Here's a 2-watt one, and it has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 filaments. Here's a classic 2-watt lamp. It's only got 2. So instead of running these filaments at 1 watt, they're running them at 1/4 watt. Let me show you this one.
You can only buy the good ones in Dubai, apparently.
This is the thing to do. I've had so many false starts in this video. It's a complicated story. These lamps are intriguing, but they have an interesting history behind them, and well, I'll let you judge for yourself. So I screw this in. It's cold white. This is a fairly stout. I'm putting it off short for 2 watts. That's actually really bright. It says 2.2 watts. Current is 18 milliamps, and power factor is 0.5, which is fairly typical for a lamp like this. I was kind of hoping for better power factor, but it is not to be. Let's bring another lamp in. Let's bring in the rather splendid 3-watt lamp, and they're still working that basis, 4 times as many filaments. So this time we've got 12 LED filaments in one lamp, which is ridiculous. I screw it in. It lights up cold white again. There is a reason for that. 3.6 watts roughly. Power factor 0.5, current of 28 milliamps. Let's, for completeness, let's plug in the little dinky one, the 1-watt lamp. If I can find my 1-watt lamp holder, here is the 1-watt lamp, should I say the Bearcat lamp holder. Here's the lamp. This one is a warm white, warm-ish white. Everything's biased towards low temperatures, or should I say high color temperatures, colder whites. So I plug this one in, and it lights nice and brightly for 1 watt. It's exceptional for 1 watt. 1.15 watts, 9 milliamps, and about, say, 0.5 power factor again. So they're all 0.5 power factor roughly. Okay, that's reasonable enough. So this was a joint venture between Philips and His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, the ruler of Dubai. I've probably pronounced that wrong. My apologies if I have. Feel free to correct me with the pronunciation down below in the comments. And he requested a partnership which resulted in a 5-year exclusive deal for Philips to supply the Dubai lamp. And they have achieved that efficiency. They've achieved the doubling of efficiency purely by underrunning the LEDs. That doesn't just result in them running a lot cooler, it operates them in the more efficient zone, because the harder you push an LED, the less efficient it gets. And it also means that the circuitry, because it only goes up to 3 watts, that's the highest power of Dubai lamp you can get, 1, 2, and 3 watts. Because of that, the base runs cool as well. So you've got cool running LEDs, cool running electronics. They're going to last a very, very long time, as well as giving that high efficiency. So there are only 8 LEDs in the range. You have the 1 watt LED, you have the 2 watt LED, you have the 3 watt LED, and you have an MR16 style one, which I do not have, which is rated 3 watts and operates at 12 volts. They do not, notably, do a GU10 one. And this is sensible, because one of the biggest problems with the GU10 LED lamps, they have a very high failure rate, because the circuitry is inside the base and it runs the LEDs at typically they try to aim for 5 watts, 9 watts. They absolutely grill these. The LEDs get hot, the circuitry gets hot, they fail very quickly. By minimizing the amount of circuitry in these, by using a 12 volt supply, an MR16 lamp rated just 3 watts, it's going to result in a long life. So 4 lamps, the 1, 2, 3 and the MR16 plus the same in warm white. That's what you've got, cold white and warm white. And this has pissed the architects off completely royally, because it means that they can't specify lamps like this for installation, because they've been told you have to use these lamps. So they can't use this big IKEA globe lamp, and they can't perhaps have the designer vintagey lamp, which is also quite popular, these nice long filaments. And they can't, I presume they can't, have the sort of decorative lamps like this that use discrete LEDs inside, which is a shame. So they're a bit miffed about this. Also the fact that the color rendering index is apparently 80, which is okay. That means that for a range of colors, say for instance, looking at this packaging, if you were looking at this packaging that was illuminated by really low color rendering index lights, it would look very bland, it would look very grayish. But by the better color rendering index, with tungsten being the pinnacle for that really, it's got a broad spectrum. It gives it all the rich colours, and every colour shows in the spectrum. But this has probably not got quite a completely perfect spectrum. So the architects are miffed. Where can we go with this? So the cost of these is between £3.60 to £6.60. That equates to somewhere between $5 and $9 each lamp, which is fairly expensive. But this lamp, this 3 watt lamp, keep in mind it's putting out twice as much as this lamp. The phosphors and the LEDs are going to degrade really quickly in that lamp. That lamp is not going to last anywhere near as long as this one, so it's actually still a good deal. The two colours, the warm white and the cold white, it's actually, the warm white is warmish white. They call this one warm white, but to most people it would be on the sort of cooler end of warm white. They call this one Cool Daylight, and it is the most popular lamp because Dubai being a very hot country, they prefer the cooler color temperature, the colder white, because it just makes it gives a cooler ambience. Whereas in Canada or Scotland or other places with a low temperature, we tend to prefer warm white LED lamps because they just give that nice, rich, warm glow. It's a psychological thing. I'll put that lamp out of the way. It is not relevant to this. So, what's the circuitry like inside these then? Is there anything I need to say here other than this? I think that is more or less it. I've covered the history of these. It's a 5-year deal, incidentally, and by the end of it, Philips expect to have sold 10 million lamps. I think it's a bit of a closed shop. I don't know if other manufacturers are allowed to make these yet. It'll be interesting to see what happens. It's time to open a base and see what's inside. So I'm going to choose the biggest.
Okay.
I'm going to
He's
choose
going to take it to bits.
the 3 watt
He
one,
always does
and I'm
that.
going to nip into the base like this. Try not to burst the lamp and fill my hand with glass in the process. But I'm going to nibble at the base as I've done in the past. I may even use the point.
Yeah, you can check out Big Clive anytime. He'll end up taking that thing to bits now. So that's my kind of thing.
Is it going to be?
Especially if something's like the lamps you're not allowed to have. That's clickbait for me all the time. Started with those.
Because of photography, went through a huge range of bulbs, and one of my favorites is the sodium phosphorus. But yeah, there's some pretty unique lights out there. Some really neat stuff with today's technology with the LEDs, and I hadn't seen those ones before though.
Well, boys, it's 3:30 here. This is nutty. I gotta go. We gotta call her a night. It's been a great pleasure, though, I must say.
Well, glad I caught you on again. I need to start streaming again. I'm just being lazy. And I didn't even
Hector,
have.
is he still in there?
I had my camera put away, all packed back up and put up on the shelf. It took me a while to find it the other day when I tried to get on with somebody. It's like, well, I know I have a camera here somewhere. Give me a minute. Got like 7 or 8 cameras I should be able to stream with, but I could only find one.
Family's getting up around me here. It's like morning.
Take care, Travis.
I didn't even go to bed.
Yeah, I don't know if you know Lemonhead. Darren.
Yes, a little bit.
He's a real good guy.
Oh yeah, he strikes me that way.
And he's a nice, smart fella, fun to talk with.
Oh yeah, we've enjoyed a couple of talks, and he's clearly got the knowledge. We're in good stead with Lemonhead.
Yeah, when it comes to coins, man, he's way up there. But general knowledge and specific stuff is pretty neat too.
Like to do all that when I first started. That's all right.
Well, take care, buddy. You too, Hector, if you're still there.
Hector on the floor.
Sometimes he's just working on the side doing stuff. Sometimes he leaves the room. Sometimes he lays his head down.
Falls asleep on the floor. Right. Again, it's been a great pleasure. Thank you very much for
tonight.
Tonight.
All right. Take it easy.